Go. We're going to be comfortable this afternoon because we got along.
Be careful. Hank may fall asleep now.
Solidarity.
Well, you know, I could tell that quick story. Those that haven't heard it, some probably have, but former Representative Speaker Randall Luthi used to tell the story. He'd say normally about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, senators are napping. They're all napping up there on the floor of the Senate. One day, one of them fell over with a heart attack, and they called the paramedics. Paramedics showed up and hauled out 3 other senators before they found the right one.
Yes, quite.
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're going to get going again because we're still behind. We're going to do public comment for K-12 public education. Karen, do you have anybody in the waiting room, or did they all give up on us?
No, sir, they did not. We're going to start with Sharon Seaton, and then I will bring everyone in one at a time in advance so that you can see the running list.
All right, you did a great job last time. I was able to pick them right up. Go ahead, Sharon. Still behind.
Yes, sir.
Karen, do you have anybody in the waiting room, or did they all give up on us?
No, sir, they did not. We're
Aaron,
going
you'll want to turn off your YouTube.
Your YouTube. Miss Seaton, please mute your YouTube feed.
There you go. Go ahead, Sharon.
All right, is that better? I got everything taken care of here. So I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you and the committee members. As was mentioned, my name is Sharon Seaton, and I currently teach 7th grade science and a science elective class called the Science of Wyoming at Lincoln Middle School in Sweetwater School District number 2 in Green River, Wyoming. This is my 26th year in education. And I was invited by the Wyoming Department of Education to share my thoughts with you about competency-based education. My first experience with competency-based education comes from working with English language learners in the state of Iowa, where I'm originally from. Students would come to us with varying abilities to read, write, and speak English in various content areas. At that time, I doubled as a science teacher and as an English as a second language teacher, and would sometimes have students doing 4th grade English, 7th grade math, and 10th grade science. And as students gained skills in these areas, we would let them test out of their class and move on. Fast forward to 2014, when I moved here to my adopted home state now of Wyoming, I became the science teacher at then Independence High School and has since been renamed Black Butte High School in Rock Springs, Wyoming for Sweetwater School District number 1. At that time, with the support of that administration at that time, I created 27 different science classes based on student interest. These classes were very non-traditional. I mean, I had the traditional ones such as biology, chemistry, environmental science, but I also created classes such as genetics, microbiology, pharmacology, and one of my favorites, the science of Wyoming. I would sometimes have as many as 5 to 7 different science classes going on each class period, depending on the student interest. In that instance, this provided a very big opportunity for students to pursue science classes of their interest. However, if a student finished their class, and at that time, and I know now it's changed, but that time they were not allowed to move on to, like, say, the next semester of a biology or a chemistry class. Since that time now, requirements have changed, and students there now can move on as they see fit. At Black Butte, when I came in 2014, the average ACT score was 12 and the graduation rate was 27%. In 5 years after implementing competency-based education, the average ACT score increased to 18.3, and the graduation rate when I left was at 60%. The program that I implemented was and is very student-centered and allowed for more personal engagement with myself and the student. The technology tool that I've heard folks talk about for me is an extension of myself, and in a blended environment allowed for students to move forward when they were ready. The program at Black Butte was recognized in 2016 as an exemplar program, which I'm very proud of. I'd also like to add that in listening to some of the speakers in the previous session, this led to a greater satisfaction as an educator. Allowing students to be able to move at their own pace, watch them learn, watch them grow, watch them take responsibility for their education is truly an inspiration for me as an educator. I currently have 102 students face-to-face here at Lincoln and 12 in our distance education program for grades 6 through 8. Distant education platforms have allowed me to individualize instruction that I cannot do in a face-to-face class at this time due to time constraints and school schedules. In addition to my Lincoln duties, I also have 123 students I teach science to via distance education in both Iowa and Colorado. These students range from 6th to 12th grade and have classes from 6th grade science to physical science, biology, environmental science, chemistry, and even medical terminology. Again, these programs allow me to individualize instruction, move students forward when they are showing mastery of skill, and allow students to move forward more quickly with post-secondary plans. Competency-based education works well with the competency-based grading. I heard a lot of that discussion before lunch. And as a teacher, for me personally, the ABCDF system, in my opinion, is very subjective and does not show accurately what skills a student has mastered. I would prefer to practice the competency-based grading and use this as a tool to gauge how students are doing in mastering their skills. It also allows for greater flexibility in scheduling and course offerings. As you just heard, I was able to create 27 different science classes that can be delivered face-to-face and virtually for my students at Black Butte. We often had students come back, they always say, well, I've got my 3 years of science done. Well, they would come back and take a 4th year of science or a 5th semester of science because of those interests in science. So in conclusion, I would be remiss in saying that I would love to see Wyoming to go to competency-based instruction. As someone who has practiced it for pretty much all of my career, I think it's one of those areas of education that would most benefit students. Thank you again for the opportunity, and if you have any questions, I could take them at this time.
Questions for Sharon? Go ahead, John. Representative Freeman.
I can get on the right computer. I have had the honor of going into Sharon's class and watching her students deal with science, for lack of a better way of saying it. And it really is, you would go to table and you would see them do different things. You saw them all engaged. You saw that they had wonderful support from Sharon. And again, it goes back to my comments before the break that if we want to look at the success of competency-based education, I think that we can learn from alternative education. I think that's one of the things also that I was talking about is I left alternative education when it didn't remain competency-based. And I'm glad that in that particular school that it returned there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Sharon.
I'm just going to say thank you, Representative Freeman. I really appreciate the kind words and compliments, and I know you're one of my biggest supporters, and I will miss seeing your face in the legislature.
Further questions or comments for Sharon? All right, thank you. We're going to move on to Cindy Delancey. Cindy, are you available? There you are.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey, and I want to, again, start by expressing my deep appreciation for your work and Co-Chairman Coe's work and the other members of the committee that will not be returning during the next session. A heartfelt thank you from the business community and especially me. I've enjoyed working with you for so many years and wishing you the very best of luck in your next adventure. I wanted to offer a couple comments today. I've been listening intently and the conversation has just been fascinating, and I really appreciate the work of the state board, of the department. And just by way of reminder, this really is a sequence of the conversation that was started at your meeting last year when I testified before you on this same topic in 2019, and brought with me Susan Patrick, who has been referenced several times today in her outstanding work as a national expert in competency-based education. And I think you'll probably recall me showing you the map. The maps you saw today maybe were a little prettier, but the map I showed you was the same one from the Aurora Foundation. However, it was Wyoming as the only state in the country that didn't have any statewide policies, kind of ingrained as far as working towards competency-based learning. So it's with deep pleasure that I see this conversation evolving a year later, and I'm really pleased to hear the discussion. So it's just a couple things I wrote down here as I was listening today that, it was stated by Dr. Scott and the other experts that testified, we are seeing unprecedented change as far as the pace that the world is changing around us. And my members are business leaders in every one of our economic sectors. We have large companies, small companies, international companies, mom and pop companies in the extraction industry, the ag industry, the tourism and hospitality industry, technology, construction. You know that the Business Alliance has a wide gamut of membership. And consistently what I hear from my membership is that they're seeking to hire Wyoming graduates and Wyoming students, and they're seeking to hire employees that possess 21st century skill sets. By moving towards competency-based education, which talking with you and talking with Management Council about this last fall, really is a way to try to position Wyoming, instead of being last in line, first. These are, other states are outpacing us in their efforts to provide these opportunities for their graduates and students and businesses. And Wyoming, we're not very good at being last. We're very, very good at being first. So as far as coming to the party and working on developing some policies at the statewide level, I really ask you to think about the words from Senator Landon about that very emotional and moving discussion that you all had about the suicide prevention discussion. This committee is a committee of leaders, and now is really a time for you to embrace this leadership around moving towards competency-based education, to signal to the school districts, not to tell anyone what to do, but to signal to them that it's okay to be moving in this direction, and to have that big picture vision about, really helping our students have that individualized learning. I loved hearing from the teacher from Sweetwater County and her enthusiasm of being in her class, like teaching students at this individualized pace. It really gave me hope that there's a win-win for everyone, as far as, teachers, students, business community, parents, family. Teaching to a test and checking box for standards is not exciting for anyone, I'm sure. We heard the frustration expressed by Representative Peperinen, that the standards are too much. We're piling on in the basket. Senator Ellis talked about, that same kind of, how do we analyze what's on the plate, what's off the plate? Moving to competency-based education is a way for true engagement for Wyoming citizens in an area of our lives, especially those of us that are parents, are probably most important. By having a system that's understandable, something that's workable, something that's not confusing or riddled with terminology that might feel somewhat counterintuitive for those outside of the education community, can really be a path in getting deeper engagement and also moving towards deeper learning, which I think is really what's going to become necessary as we're asking our educators to help prepare our students today for the jobs of the future, of which we don't even know exist. That's an amazing challenge. But by focusing on these core competencies that have been expressed in the slide deck from the experts that work in this field every day, it really feels that this is a conversation that's moving in the right direction, at least from a business perspective. So I applaud your efforts. I really want to express support from the business community, and really just kind of leading into my next comment about the profile of the graduate. What we want from education really depends on who you ask. And Mr. Chairman, I think that, the discussions related to developing that profile of a graduate, again, are encouraging. But I just wanted to offer some comments and some observations, some of them which have already been stated by committee members. But I really hope that we can get to a day where we as business community can work arm in arm with our friends and leaders in the education community. Because at the end of the day, it's the business community that is the end users of the education system. It's my members that are looking towards the skills and competencies of workers to hire, of graduates from Wyoming, that they want to fill their vacancies and keep gainfully employed to keep our state strong and flourishing. I appreciate that the state board is invoking in a 3-phase approach to develop their process. However, I offer some suggestions perhaps on how to improve their process. I think it would behoove the process to have business people shoulder to shoulder with educators as opposed to sitting at the kids' table. We really need to have that equal voice and to be part of the process to ensure that the process is, supported by all, I think is a way to really ensure that we have buy-in. The design team, in my view, should include some business people. Beyond just sending a letter to the business community, I appreciate that outreach is being done. However, those of you on this committee have become experts in this topic. And I think I just ask you to think for a second how you would react to receiving a letter talking about competency-based education or CBE and profile of a graduate, and you're trying to keep your doors open during a public health emergency, and without having some additional context on kind of what this conversation is, why it matters, could be a little bit overwhelming and confusing. Now, I assure you that I will do my part with my membership to try to help, lay that groundwork. But I can only do that so far, not including all the stakeholders that were identified in the previous discussion. So by having additional members of business community at the seat of the table with the design team, I think will just lend itself to a much more inclusive and robust process. Another suggestion I have for the board, and ask for your contemplation as you, I'm not sure what action is being asked of you in this discussion, but maybe having a neutral facilitator could also, again, help lend the process to have much greater acceptance. To have educators facilitating educators, maybe there might be, again, some additional room for wider perspective and expertise to be able to have a much broader discussion to ensure that there is differing perspectives, and people do want to be involved. They really, really hope that, that this conversation will continue to advance. It's important from a competitive edge, as I mentioned before, and really education is our best hope on how we diversify our economy and kind of prepare for the future. So I appreciate all the work that this committee has done. I'm a willing partner. I really want to be engaged. My membership wants to be engaged. We have the Wyoming Excels Committee that's been working hard on these topics for years, that actually, made contact with Susan Patrick several years ago, seeing that there was these national trends in education that we as a business community in Wyoming wanted to learn more about. Applaud the efforts of the state superintendent, of Kari, of everyone here. And I think that now is a very exciting time, but we must act. If we continue to let opportunities slip by, I think it's going to become harder and harder as the world continues to change around us if we remain kind of committed to what we know. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you today. And I thank you for your work and your leadership.
Thank you, Cindy. Does anybody out there have a question? Any committee members have a question or a comment for Cindy? Going once. There you go, Senator Ellis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to serving on some of these committees, I just want to understand, are you willing to volunteer yourself or a designee to be part of that? And how do we facilitate that with the state board? I think they call it their design team. I just want to make sure that we're not committing people that really don't have an interest in this from serving and being appointed, not being involved. I'm just curious to gauge your level of involvement and what you have in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis. I'm happy to engage my time on behalf of my membership, but I think it's also best if there was a member who was willing to devote their time being on the front line. I'm happy to be a representative of my members, but at the same time, if there's room for more than one of us, we would gladly accept that invitation from the state board to be engaged and bring that business voice. However, I am certainly offering up myself if I can bring any expertise as a 20-year practicing attorney in Wyoming. Hopefully I'll be able to add something constructive to the discussion. Owning several small businesses with my husband and myself, this is something that I live and breathe each day. And again, I'm not one to just say, hey, there needs to be someone at the table without making myself available if there was a desire to expand the design team. Thank you for that question.
Very good. I'm sure state board's listening. Anybody else got a question? All right. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Appreciate the time and opportunity. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. All right. Karen, I'm not seeing anybody else. Is there anybody else that'd like to comment?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
we have
Janine,
one
I'm
more
sorry.
person.
Janine, go right ahead.
I can't believe you missed her.
It's in the dark. I'm sorry.
I know, I can't help it, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, wow, what a presentation on competency-based learning. Over the last 6 weeks or so, I've been spending a lot of time with the National School Board doing their strategic planning work, and this is certainly one of the topics that's in the forefront. So I'm encouraged and excited and hope we can find a way to move forward with this. But really what I wanted to say today was I really wanted to, this is kind of sad for me to see 4 of you leaving. And I hope you take time to reflect on where we've come and what we've done in the last several years. Think about the development and the implementation of the Hathaway Scholarship Program. Think about the school finance model we put in place, Senator Coe. Think about the accountability model that we put in place. So with the 4 of you, Co-Chairman Northrup, Co-Chairman Coe, Representative Pipperini, and Representative Freeman, we've come a long way, and you all are leaving us with a legacy of a very, very strong foundation. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Janine.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Nice to have your comments. Anybody else? Am I missing anybody else? All right. With that, we're going to go to University of Wyoming governance, and Jonathan Sandoval has the first item. It was a good read.
Co-chairman, I believe Abigail Boudouin is going to go first.
Okay, Abigail, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to touch upon the statutory history of the prohibition on faculty serving on the Board of Trustees. When we dug into the session laws, that language actually goes back to when the university was first established in 1886 by the Territorial Assembly. When the Wyoming became a state, they carried that same language forward in 1890 and kept the prohibition. They tweaked the language a little bit from whether someone's serving in that capacity to now being someone serving in that actual position. There's probably reasons for that, but we didn't dig into that. And I think what was interesting is at the time, there were really 7 trustees and there were 5 faculty members from what I could find. And so in 1890, while the faculty, which included the president, included the teachers and any tutors, they weren't allowed to be board members. In 1890, they did allow the president, who's considered part of the faculty under the statutory definition, which is still in place today, to actually be an ex officio member. So the faculty are represented, but in our modern understanding of what faculty are, they are not. And that's just, it's gone all the way back to 1890. So that's what we found. If there are any questions. I wasn't going to go into too much detail.
Anybody have a question on the or on the statute side of it? History? No questions? All right. Jonathan, you're up.
Thank you, Co-Chairman Northrup and members of the committee. If you will remember last time from our short report, the University of Wyoming's the Higher Learning Commission's final accreditation report found two specific weaknesses. The first was that there was no requirement for the Board of Trustees to seek input from internal or external constituencies during this decision-making process. And the second was the overreach by the Board of Trustees in the day-to-day management of the university. Now, we had used the Association of Governing Board articles for the last paper, but we contacted them to see if they had any specific follow-up information, and they provided us with several articles, books, and blog posts related to those specific two weaknesses. And so the research memorandum summarizes those recommendations from the literature. And so for the first weakness, there were three recommendations that we pulled out of the literature. The first is that board proceedings and communications should be accessible to the relevant stakeholders. The second is that boards should utilize campus organizations to communicate with relevant constituencies. And the third is that boards should not give up their policy setting authority. In addition to those three recommendations, there were also questions that AGB had that were relevant to the first weakness, that board members should ask themselves the following questions to determine if they're responsive to both internal and external constituencies. And the questions are, does the board recognize the perspectives of the different campuses and regions of the state during its policy setting process? Do trustees visit regions of the state and hold meetings at the constituent campuses when gathering information to support policy decisions? Do trustees ensure that expectations match differing institutional missions and student profiles when measuring and evaluating the results of policy decisions? And the last is, has the board chair or the institution's legal counsel briefed trustees on the applicability and requirements of the state's open meeting law for public institutions and systems? For the second weakness, overreach by the board in day-to-day management at the bottom of page 3, there were also three core recommendations in the literature. The first is that states should require public board members to undergo orientation and annual continuing education. The second is the board members should refrain from participating in university administrative tasks and stay in the policy setting domain. And the third is the board should utilize the pandemic to grow their shared governance capacity. And the 5 principles that specifically on the pandemic were to actively engage in addressing urgent needs, resist temptation to meddle in operations, ask long-term strategic questions, ensure that current actions are aligned with future needs, and take the lead in focusing institutional attention on the long-term future. With that, I can stand for questions on any specifics for the paper or any other topics you would like to address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thought the paper was very good. I really enjoyed reading it. Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sandoval, thank you so much for this this research and this work. I think there are some very interesting points in it from AGB. A couple of things I would ask is, first of all, anything that AGB sent around that you can send around to us for consideration. It sounds like they sent some pretty good resources. I think it would be useful. I'd sure like to see them. So if you could just put those in an email and circulate them to the Education Committee, I think that would be appreciated. And then based on that, kind of the second question is, it's my understanding that AGB will actually do reviews and audits of universities and their governance structure based on looking at some of their history and what they do. And it's also my understanding that the University of Wyoming is a member of AGB as a nationwide organization. So my question is, first of all, do we have any of those reports or reviews of what they've done for other universities that we can kind of see what we would get if we were to contract with them and utilize them next year as we continue the governance study into the second term? And well, I'll stop there on that question. What do we have about that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, yes, they did. For the first question, they provided several different articles, books, and blog posts, and I'll be able to pass those on to you. And then on the second question, yes, they do specific reviews of systems. They, for example, I believe they did one on North Dakota and Minnesota, and I have those as well, and I can send them on to the committee so that you can see what they do specifically. And Wyoming is a member, correct?
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up for Mr. Sandoval.
Certainly.
And I assume those include recommendations based on best practices that they observe at other universities, kind of consistent with what you've gleaned and provided to us. Is that accurate?
Co-chairman and Senator Rothfuss. Yes, they do, and they create a sort of plan for the system going forward, and that includes a recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you.
Further questions for Jonathan? Anybody? All right. It's a good report again. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So that's the reports on the University of Wyoming governance. And now we're up to item number 8, which is Community College Sustainable Funding Workshop. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, before we go on, I was just curious if there was any public testimony, if anyone from the university was here, any trustees, any administration, if there was anyone from the university that was actually interested in weighing in on these results.
Thank you. Good. All right.
And there might not be.
I think there is. We're just waiting for a connection to happen. So, Karen, do we have anybody?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, no, we do not. The people that are coming into the room now are representative of the community college.
Very good.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last committee meeting, we had no input from the university. In this committee meeting, we had no input or response from the university on any of these governance studies. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for reminding me for public comment. So we're back to the community college. And with that, we have Dr. Ben Moritz, and we also have Dr. Sandy Caldwell. Who's going to start us off?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Sandy Caldwell, Executive Director of the Wyoming Community College Commission. And I actually have two folks with me today. I have our Deputy Director, Dr. Ben Moritz, and I also have our CFO, Mr. Larry Buckles. We have two topics on here for you today, and we are going to try to be as concise as possible and to help with the time management. So I'm going to kick us off. We have several documents for you that we did share. I'm going to kick us off on the first topic of the Sustainable Funding Work Group. So if I can give everybody just a moment on that. We did submit to you, and what is attached is a document that is a summary of the work of the Sustainable Funding Work Group. So the Sustainable Funding Work Group of the community colleges is a work group that was requested by Joint Appropriations Committee for us to look at ways to impact the challenging funding structure of the community colleges. I did actually provide the charge statement to the chairman right at the end of the last session as this committee meeting or work group had been formalized. So the request came actually in a follow-up hearing in January for the joint appropriations. They asked us to put this together and really gave us some guidance on how to do that. So just really quickly, I want to share with you what the charge of that work group is and to let you know where we are in that process. We actually will have some recommendations coming forward in the next, I think, 2 weeks, and I'm going to have Mr. Buckles talk about those. So the actual charge statement, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it is provided there for you along with the agendas for the last few meetings, was put together to develop 3, but no more than 4 recommendations or proposals for sustainable funding of the state aid, which is the block grant of the funding to the colleges, as administered and allocated through what is frequently called House Bill 80 or the allocation model. And I think you're all very familiar with that. And so one of the things that the task that the work group had was to really look at the prior work that had been done from the Community College Task Force in 2009. And I will tell you, we actually went all the way back to 1985 in the work that we did to really make sure we understood the progression and the direction from the legislature. We looked at the strengths of House Bill 80, and there really are some strengths, including the equitable distribution of state funding and the predictability that it gives the colleges in their funding, but also the limitations of House Bill 80. And that includes the fact that there is not an external cost adjustment. It assumes a flat dollar always without any adjustment for inflation. And that wouldn't be for both fixed and variable costs. And we also looked at a variety of other things related to modern operations, technology, and those kinds of things. And so we did put the work group together. I will tell you it has 2 commissioners, one from inside a taxing district, one from outside a taxing district, 2 college presidents. We have the college presidents are not the same as the one where we have trustees. We have 2 trustees that are also a part of that. And then I am on there as well. We kicked off the work group by really asking some national guidance and expertise to help us. We wanted to make sure that we kept this objective and that we really looked at this within the lens of best practices across the country, and to look at what other states are doing and have done, and how does this fit within the Wyoming context. So I will share with you that we were able to get WICHE to be a facilitator, as well as SHIO, which is the State Higher Education Executive Officers, and they work with all 50 states. And they're the ones that compile the information and data around funding strategies across all of the states for their higher education systems. So they have been co-facilitators for us to really ensure we were moving forward in a process with accurate information, that we weren't including maybe our own interpretation based on our own biases around that. So they were really helpful in that. And so what we did was we put together a sequence of meetings that really were to coincide along with the commission meetings to help reduce travel and that kind of thing. We did establish formally the work group in February. We did not meet in April because I think you all are aware what happened in March with the pandemic, but we actually did proceed in June. So in June, we actually got started. We actually put together some guiding principles that I think are really important. And some of them were quotes actually from some of our prior meetings with this very body to make sure that it reflected some of that. And I will just mention the guiding principles are that community colleges and higher education in Wyoming must provide a return on investment, increase post-secondary educational attainment per the state priority, that we must consider and incorporate external cost adjustments and inflationary pressure, and that we must be responsive and efficient to the state's need for post-secondary education. And out of that June meeting, we established 4 subcommittees, and these were really important ones because they've really helped frame the direction. First, we wanted to provide a concise summary of the foundational work that has happened. So the Foundational Efforts Subcommittee was chaired by Dr. Ben Moritz. And we were able to, with the help, I will tell you, of great help from Michael Swank and the LSO, who just did yeoman's work on this with us. Ben was able to pull together about a 2-page summary that encaptures, since really, I start to say 1950s, but really it's from 1985 onward, because there was some really significant work done during that time. We also did a common language and messaging. Sometimes we took a lot of ownership and recognizes that sometimes we use terminology slightly differently and not always consistently, and recognize that we really need to be saying the same things in terms of messaging. That subcommittee was chaired by Mr. Rob Dennis, who's our Chief Operating Officer. And then we had a state needs, which was to balance education deliverables by meeting both the local needs and the state needs within the context of the statutorily defined community college mission and the statutorily defined state interests, which came out of the 2009 work group. And then as we went into the August meeting, we actually finalized a couple of those. Almost got finalized on the state needs at our October meeting. And then the real work on the next subcommittee, and I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Buckles for him to share. And that is in the context of foundational efforts to what the direction the state legislature has moved us in using a common language, what the statutory state needs are as defined by the legislature, then how do we come up with funding strategies for your consideration? And that was out of our October meeting. And Larry is going to talk about what those look like. We actually do have what we think will be our last work group meeting on December the 2nd. Couple of weeks. And then on December the 4th, the commission will have a special meeting to consider action so that we can move those forward. And we do plan to have those as a part of our joint appropriations hearing, and we'll get those to you. So with that, if I may, I would like to turn it over to Larry, and he can talk about what's coming forward as a potential draft as funding strategies.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry Buckles, CFO for the Community College Commission, and thank you, Dr. Caldwell. What I would like to do is just give you that broad overview of what the Sustainable Funding Subcommittee has provided so far to the Sustainable Funding Work Group of the Community College Commission. And I think where I'd like to start is to give you some interesting numbers, I guess is the way I'll phrase that. We all know, and we've all heard for the last several biennia, that the state aid appropriation provides the colleges with about 60% of their operational funding. It's eroded a little bit as a result of budget cuts and such, but right now that's about 57%. So state aid does that. What that percentage does not reflect is when you add in major maintenance, when you add in health insurance, when you add in capital construction appropriations that have been granted to the colleges, now that figure looks more like 78% of funding to the colleges and their operation is provided by the state of Wyoming through the general fund. As part of our work to address the Joint Appropriation Committee's desire that the community colleges lessen their dependence on the state general fund, we took that work on and we started looking at alternative funding sources, and we looked at targets in which we think the state should be, for lack of a better term, on the hook for funding colleges so that the state maintains its interest in higher education and the operations of the community college system. So we settled on about 45%. So that's a decrease from 78 to 45% of funding out of the general fund. To achieve those goals, again, we looked at several funding sources. We looked at the state lottery. It's a non-starter. The state lottery has raised about $19 million since its inception back in 2013, if I'm correct. So it doesn't raise the revenue to where we could ask for a proportion of that rather than all of that money going to cities, towns, and municipalities. We looked at a statewide gambling initiative. I think we all know that probably also is a non-starter in the state of Wyoming. We looked at, now I'm taxing my own memory here. We looked at a couple of other funding sources, including BOCES and BOCHES and their ability already to levy mills within each one of the taxing districts of the state of Wyoming, but it's cumbersome. It requires renewal. It's not a direct funding source straight to the community colleges. So when you get right down to it, we're down to additional mill levies on property taxes, ad valorem taxes, and the possibility of sales and use tax, an additional 1 penny to the state sales and use tax provisions. And so that's kind of where we have settled. And the proposal that I think we're going to move forward, and I say I think I'm going to move forward because we have not submitted our final proposal to the Sustainable Funding Work Group for the commission to then adopt, which they will during their 6th December special commission meeting. So what we're going to move forward is a proposal that does just that. That proposal is to add 1 mill across the state of Wyoming, all 23 counties. As I'm sure all of you know, currently only the 7 counties that have a community college district are taxed. What the statutes say regarding that is 4 mill minimum plus an optional 1 approved by the board. In all 7 cases, that full 5 mills is taxed to the residents of those 7 counties. The proposal that we're probably going to move forward will include adding 1 additional mill to each one of those 7 counties. So it'll be a mandatory 5 with an optional 1. And in addition, it proposes a 1 mill on the other 16 counties. That has the potential to raise about $44 million across the state of Wyoming. So that takes care of part of what I would say is a shortfall. And I guess I need to take this a step back to be able to put you in a position to do the math. If the college, if the state of Wyoming, or if the adoption by the commission and then further adoption by the legislature were to move the colleges to 45% of their operational funding to come from the state general fund, that means that they would have to replace $150 million in revenue. It'd have to come from somewhere else. That would leave the state appropriation to the colleges at 57 million rather than 180 million. So that's the target that we're shooting for. How do we replace $150 million in funding? So 1 mill fills that void by $45 million if we do 1 mill across the state of Wyoming. The second prong of our approach to replace that funding would then be with an additional penny sales tax. That calculates out to, if there was a 1 penny addition to the 4 pennies already that we already use, that has the potential to raise about $322 million a year. And we would ask for about 33% of that, and that would fill our gap. The other 66% of a 1 penny tax could then be deposited into, for instance, a higher education fund or an education fund for the state of Wyoming. That would be $216 million a biennium that could go into that fund and fund other higher education initiatives or education initiatives that even, I guess, could fill some of that gap that's currently being experienced in K-12. So that's kind of our approach, and that's how we get to where we need to be at the end of the day. I'll caveat that by saying that $150 million balance that we need to find a different funding source for, that includes a $40 million biennial bucket, if you will, for capital construction. It fully funds health insurance at the community colleges. It adds back in what we calculate to be a lag in ECAs that have not been experienced, or we haven't been granted the revenue to fund ECAs over the past 10 years. So it does all of that. And I will also say that that proposal and that $150 million includes leaving the colleges funded at the way they started the biennium before any of the cuts that are currently being initiated through the step 2 and step 3 reductions from the executive branch.
And Mr. Chairman, just for a point of clarification, I think it's important for you all to note that the commission did, in fact, move to raise tuition at their October meeting by 6%, I believe. That is the case. So that is, I think, important for all of you to know for in-state students, and then the 150% for WUI, and then for outside of that, then it's 300%. I just wanted to mention that in fact did happen. That was right in alignment with their tuition policy to do that. And then the other aspect is on the sales tax component. And I think that's an important, I just want to kind of put a pin in that one, because we recognize there's a lot of needs in the state of Wyoming, and to consider that. And I think that's one thing Larry's subcommittee, when they brought this to the commission in our last meeting, was really aware that we didn't want to go just straight to that whole amount. There are a lot of needs in the state. And as Larry is sharing, there's a whole lot of education needs, but then again, there's a whole lot of other needs that the legislature may want to use, and that other component. So the attempt was to put a blended approach together that also helped offset the ECAs, as Mr. Buckles talked about. So just a couple of those important points I wanted to add.
Representative Brown first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Senator Landon beat me, but I appreciate it. Dr. Caldwell and Larry, I appreciate you guys being here. Excuse me.
Okay.
And especially your last comments, Dr. Caldwell. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that I look at here. One of the other things that I look at that is somewhat concerning to me is, you know, I've been serving here for 4 years, and I've served on this committee for 4 years. And all 4 years, I have heard consistently that community colleges are struggling. Every single year, I have heard community colleges are struggling. And so, you know, I've gone to bat every single year. And what I've started to see is, going back to what you just stated, we're all struggling. Everybody's hurting at this point now, and everybody's starting to feel this. So I've heard at a local school district meeting here, it wasn't even actually a meeting, it was just a couple of people that were on the school board, that they're looking at proposing a 1% sales tax to be directly diverted to K through 12 education. Well, if you guys have got your 33% in there, that means that there's going to only be 66% for them. And we're just kind of in this wash. So what kind of outside conduct have you guys had outside of your silo to have these discussions? I recognize that you guys have had these discussions internally and with a few stakeholders, but what about other agencies? What about other people that we see throughout the year that aren't on this committee and maybe sitting over in the Ag committee or something like that? What kind of outside influences have you guys worked with?
Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Representative Landon, I think that's a very fair question. And we actually talked about this in the select committee and joint appropriations as well. Because when this came forward, we had brought out the fact that the community colleges haven't had an ECA. We weren't able to keep the health insurance in the base. That had been the case at the university, and we had to revert that. So we didn't have any ability. So we went into this last session and we had pointed out that because of the erosion of the dollar, and the community colleges were in fact having this issue to the tune of $53.8 million. And so it was, the idea was to combine all of these efforts together. So we have reported this to multiple entities. I'm going to be very clear about that. The select committee, we have done that to for the select committee for community college governance and funding. Joint appropriations also knows that this is coming. We shared this with the attainment council, and I think pretty broadly across the board. One of the things about the recommendation that Mr. Buckles just shared with you is it has levers. So it is a combination of different strategies put together because there are going to be a lot of needs, and there's recognition of that. So if you don't, as a legislature, for example, want to do the 1 cent sales tax, then it gives you an opportunity to raise one of the other levers a little bit more. And so it lets you create a framework that lets you to raise them in different avenues depending on what it is you want to do. And of course, we've targeted the 45%. You may want it to be higher or lower. There's different options that allows you to see how when you push on one lever, it can change another lever if that's a direction that the legislature does not want to do. So we've been really careful about that. It is why we used SHIO to help us with this, so that we were looking at a level of expertise in working with states, the work that they do with the NCSL, to really bring forward a variety of approaches for you. And I guess one approach that has multiple levers for you to consider. So I hope that answers your question, but I would say we've shared it a lot as this has been evolving.
It does. Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Dr. Caldwell and Larry, this one probably more directly to you. The governor's supplemental budget came out with a $500 million reduction. I have not had a chance to go through it line by line yet. I've started, but it's pretty lengthy at a couple thousand pages. What did your guys' submission look like, and what type of a cut have you guys proposed as we move forward?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. Representative Brown, it's in state aid, it's gonna come out to right at 33 million. It's gonna be a full 15% on state aid. So it's pretty dramatic. And to go along with that, what I will also share with the committee is when we did about a 9.8% reduction back in 2015 to address the budget deficit back then, that actually was about 14% at the end of the day, because their local revenue went down commensurate with the depression or the drop in the market. So with those property values going down, their local revenue went down. So like I said, it actually was about a 14% reduction overall to the community college funding and their operational funding. Another thing, if I can, real quick, add to what Dr. Caldwell said in her previous statement, and point out that as one of the attachments to the documents that have been provided to the committee, specifically in that one on the Sustainable Funding Work Group and the October agenda that's embedded within that, if you were to click on the sustainable funding recommendation within that document, you will see some other research that SHIO did related to how other rural states fund their community college systems. And the most interesting thing I think that I would point out in that document is, for instance, Kansas assesses up to 45 mills for operation of the community colleges in that state. We currently assess 5. So it's a pretty dramatic perspective as to how different states do it. We all know the state of Wyoming funds community colleges and higher education in general better than any other state in the nation. And to bring that down to the 45% level, for instance, it's going to require some different ways of thinking. And that's one of those perspectives. Kansas recognizes that, and Kansas taxes their property holders to fund that community college system down there. So all that information is included in your packet.
Good. Senator Landon, do you still have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I serve on your select committee for community college funding, and I look forward to that meeting this coming Monday and further conversations about this issue, which Representative Brown's exactly right. It's been ongoing ever since I came in the legislature, even before the good representative. So it's a problem that we have never solved, frankly. And I guess my question to Mr. Buckholz would be, was there conversation about, I applaud the idea of implementing that non-tax district mill levy. We've talked about that before in the legislature, but unless there's leverage, Larry, it seems to me like you almost have to indicate or let us know that those services are going to go away if we can't get help from those outlier districts to help fund these colleges. Is that not correct? And did you have any conversations in that regard?
Go ahead, Larry.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon, you know, it's been talked around, I think, and I'm sure Dr. Caldwell will weigh in on this when I'm done, because her interaction with the presidents and the boards is much more in depth than my own. But yeah, there's going to have to be some give and take. And if for instance, running an Albany County campus for LCCC, you will see LCCC's perspective on how they're going to achieve the budget cuts. And part of those budget cuts are going to be severely impacting that Albany County campus. And the same is true, you already know this, the sports program at Gillette. I mean, it's not directly supporting the Gillette campus as part of Northern Wyoming Community College District, but it impacts that outreach location. And it's going to be true across all of the systems. They're not going to be able to afford to have a professor delivering courses on site at an outreach location like they might be doing right now. They just can't afford it. So they'll be impacted. So that funding is one way to fill that gap. So with that, I'll let Dr. Caldwell speak.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Landon, and actually I wanted to also respond to Representative Brown. You are going to see quite a list from the colleges. We did share at the last appropriations, I think it was, that there are very significant cuts going on at the colleges. We, in fact, did already right out the gate, knowing what we had to do, at least in the first round. The first distribution to the colleges was a lesser amount. So to be clear, those cuts were made. And then the colleges are having then to work through this process within their own board policies at the colleges on how to actually navigate and manage that. We are working on a compiled list of that. But what Mr. Buckholz just shared about, for example, the Albany County campus, that is a real thing. It is going to not just be the external service areas. It will be the local taxing districts as well, because you have a faculty member, for example, who teaches classes, and half of their classes are for outreach courses, for example. So you will see a significant impact across the state from the community colleges due to these budget cuts. We were already at a really thin level. And just a few examples of that, before these cuts, Northwest College, for example, and Central Wyoming College had already had to make significant cuts at those institutions. And now we're to a point we're seeing that really happen across all of the colleges. So it's quite significant, and I think you're going to see that. Representative Brown, to answer your question on the cuts that we did submit and how they were then recommended by the governor, that's actually public information because we do have a public commission. The commission took action on June 22nd for how we would make those submissions. What we submitted in the first 10% was different than what the governor ultimately recommended, but in the second round, we did a very parallel structure to that, and what he recommended is almost identical to what we requested. We would rather have a commission position lost than have additional cuts to the colleges, for example. We didn't want to eliminate overseas combat veterans, nor did we want to eliminate the WIN nursing faculty, because it's so important to the state of Wyoming. So he really, you will see that supported in his recommendations related to the additional cuts for the colleges, with a slight reprieve on the state aid, which we're very fortunate to have seen.
Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a follow-up, I will take forward kind of an unknown on Monday with regard to those outlier services that we provide to districts that are, and Dr. Caldwell, I appreciate your comments that the colleges are going to take a severe hit again. My question to finalize what I have is an additional 15%. Are we putting in jeopardy any of the colleges that currently exist? It seems to me like we have some that are in my mind that can't hardly sustain this kind of cut again. Do you have any comments on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think the colleges are I think we are putting them in jeopardy. I want to say that. I believe that all the colleges are going to do everything that they can to make this work, and they are doing that. They have a commitment to the mission, their mission to the colleges and the mission for the community colleges in the state of Wyoming. What scope and capacity that they're going to be able to deliver will be what has to be a real question. That's going to be the case, is they're going to really have to not be able to offer everything that their constituents are requesting, just as a matter of being able to pencil out the programs. So I believe that the colleges are going to be able to continue, and I think all 7 of them will be able to do that. However, it will not be to the level that we as the state of Wyoming have come to expect and enjoy from our really outstanding community colleges. I think you all know Wyoming Community College System was number 8 in the country last year. It's number 1 in the country this year. And that's because of their dedication. So I do think you're going to see them be committed to that service, but we'll have to do that by deciding which programs are going to be able to stay intact and which ones are not.
Thank you,
Dr. Moritz. I'm sorry. Dr. Moritz, do you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to add to Dr. Caldwell's comments, the colleges are doing an excellent job serving their constituents. Obviously, when they are facing cuts, they have to keep in mind the requirements put upon them by accreditation. And more often than not, that means that the cuts that they do make are reflected in student experience. They're reflected in the additional resources that are put out there to help students. And many of the students that are attending the community colleges have less resources than those perhaps attending the university. And so in many cases need more services to help them be successful in the colleges. So it's not as apparent as perhaps getting rid of an academic program or getting rid of a sports team or something like that. But many of the cuts are going to most likely impact those student services to help students identify financial aid, identify study skills that they need, library resources, things like that. So just to add to Mr. Buchholz and Dr. Caldwell's comments, I think that's one of the impacts.
Chairman Coe, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know everybody's thinking that the old guy is going to give a history lesson here, which that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm talking about property tax. And we all know that the 7 community college counties, most levy 5, maybe a couple levy 4. Back in the early 90s, then Senator Alan Howard from Burlington and I sponsored a bill realizing that the 7 community colleges serve all 23 counties, not just 7. And it was a 2 mil statewide property tax levy. And we came within a couple of votes of passing that. It's not a huge amount of money if you think about 2 mils on statewide assessed valuation. Raise about 46, 47 million today. But we sponsored the bill with a fairness, equity background to it. Opposition to the bill obviously came from counties, I'm not picking on anybody, Carbon, Lincoln, whatever it might be, who didn't want to go back home and say, I'm sorry, we voted for a property tax increase for you to support community colleges. Well, we carried the bill, and back then it made a lot of sense, and 2 mils back then wouldn't raise near the money it would today. And that progressed into the Friedenthal administration, 2004, maybe 5, something like that. And he appointed a special task force to look into community college accountability. And his directive was, we want you to come back and tell us what community colleges mean to the state of Wyoming, what the state of Wyoming means to community colleges. And at the end of the day, obviously the state of Wyoming was about 60%, was supported by the state. The other property tax levied in those particular counties, remembering full well the 2 highest valuation counties in the state, mainly Sublette and Campbell, don't levy any property tax. Only Sweetwater, who's one of the wealthier ones. So it was a interesting discussion. Never went very far, but we spent a lot of time on it. And as we look at equity and we look at what's fair, ultimately we need to look at the property tax structure. I know my friends down in Bighorn County aren't interested in a property tax increase. That's what made it difficult to pass. But our little college up here in Powell, we were either first or second or first. Argue that point with Lannon about Casper College being first to us, but we formed in 1946. And I think the property tax discussion about equity, what's fair? What's fair? What's fair for Carbon County? Carbon County's got an outreach program. Bighorn County's got an outreach program. Sublette County's got an outreach program, but they don't support it with any property tax. And I think it's an interesting discussion. I hope I had to step away from it. Hope I'm not duplicating what was said, but that's just a little history and background. And as we move forward with the difficulties of funding community colleges, I'd like to see somewhere out there that the equity is talked about and what's fair is fair. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to add to that with online course offerings that the whole state now has availability to take those courses, and it's actually a statewide education system, not just for each county. So John Freeman, you had your hand up.
I'll be brief because I think Senator Hutchings was in front of me, and sorry to jump in front, but I met Co-Chairman Coe 14 years ago when those committees were going on. And one of the things that I want to add to that is Governor Friedenthal kept on saying, are we getting the bang for the buck? And I think at the end of the day, between those two blue ribbon task forces, is that we're getting more bang for the buck than what we think. Being a trustee at Western and later working for Western, I see great pains, at least by my former employer, to bring in the outlying districts to provide services for them. And I seen that only get stronger with all 7 community colleges. But if you're looking at funding and that you're looking for the cuts, and I don't know how to put this politically correct, but the community colleges took a bet. And basically what they did is they wanted predictable funding, and they were willing to accept cuts because of lack of an ECA, with the idea that it was going to be made up in the future. The problem with that bet is nobody expected the downturn in energy. So we're all taking cuts, but if you're looking at a race perspective on preserving what you want and ending up at the finish line whole, everybody else starts at the starting line, and community colleges, because they took that bet, started 25 yards behind. And I think we have to keep that in mind as we go forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Freeman. Go ahead, Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may be a little bleak, but I think the question has to be asked, and I will do it. We're looking at a nation that is, we may possibly shut down for 2 months. We're looking at businesses folding. We're looking at job losses, things that we can't even imagine happening to our nation may happen. And I look at, we have 10 committees, and each committee is wanting to tax. Some 2 and 3 bills, they want to tax the citizen. With all those things that I just mentioned in mind, my question with these 7 colleges, I'm looking at the different names. Have we thought about combining some of these colleges, actually shutting them down, 1 or 2 down to save another? Since we can do things online, maybe combining our resources. Can someone answer that for me? Thank you.
Anybody like to comment on that? Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hutchings, of course, most of what you've asked is a legislative type question. I will address that in terms of the commission and the service areas of the community colleges. Wyoming is what is called a frontier state, just because of the population of the state, in the 8th or 9th largest landmass of a state in the country with the smallest population. So the population across the state is dispersed. In addition to that, we have very different localized economies. The economy, for example, in Goshen County, in really the eastern part of the state, all the way from the very southeast all the way up to the northeast, is very ag-based. To where then you get into to Western Wyoming Community College, that has a very different localized economy, heavy industry, heavy equipment, diesel, and actually quite a robust exercise science because there's so much outdoor activity. So within what the state offers and what the localized economies are, the 7 community colleges do offer and meet very specific localized needs. And they all work together in terms of programs that need to be replicated versus duplicated. So we work very hard to ensure there isn't duplication, but to ensure that where programs need to be, they exist. And I'll give you an example is nursing, welding. These are ones that are really important in your local area. What happens in regions, and you can see this throughout the countries, particularly in rural bases where you have a lower post-secondary attainment, you create what is called a higher education desert. And then you end up lowering overall post-secondary attainment, which has a very specific tie to creation of new economies in a region. And so this is a complex question. So because of Wyoming's geography and because of its localized economies, each one of the 7 community colleges offer a very, very specific service to the local area that if that were not there, you would probably and most likely, this is not the Caldwell conjecture, this is evidence-based, you would create very specific economic hardships in each one of those regions and make it very difficult to recruit and start new businesses.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I kind of wanted to follow up along the same lines as we're talking about budget and talking about recommendations for new revenue, with a couple of hard truths. The first is our community colleges are not in the Constitution. They're not a constitutional obligation to fund. And there's something that is, in my opinion, critical and vital to the state for all of the reasons that Dr. Caldwell just laid out. I think they are essential for our economic diversification. I think they're essential for us to recover, to find new direction. But at the end of the day, they're not a constitutional obligation. The university is constitutionally obligated, K-12 education is. And as we look forward a couple of years, and we're looking at around $1 billion in the next biennium of shortfall, and there's no solution for that. There's no fix other than draconian cuts at this point. We can't just be saying, all right, well, what's a little tax that's going to solve the problem for the community colleges? Because honestly, we have to get through a number of other challenges before we're really even constitutionally allowed to address the community colleges as a priority. So that's not to say I don't support everything that's been laid out here. I think you all know I do. I think you know that I'm one of the strongest advocates for education in the state, whether that's K-12, the university, or the colleges. I want to reform the funding model for community colleges. I want to find some mills to put towards it. But one-off solutions are not going to get us there. We need a comprehensive revenue solution moving forward that solves the general fund shortfall, solves the school foundation program shortfall, and then allows us to address the community colleges. And there are solutions that we can try and look to. Honestly, we've talked before about trying to have the college system as part of the university system, for example. That would make it a constitutional obligation. That's not the case right now. But I would just say that as we're contemplating additional revenue for colleges, and as we have that conversation, and as the stakeholders have the conversation, I hope they will engage in the broader conversation of not just focusing on the specific needs of the colleges, but recognizing that this is so much more Herculean of an effort, particularly with the political environment that makes even a couple of mills a challenge, that we need a more comprehensive solution. So with that little bit of background, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Dr. Caldwell and Dr. Buchholz if that's the type of discussion that's being had, is all hands on deck. Let's try and communicate with the public that if you want continued access to low cost education through your community college system, that we'll need to do more than just a couple of mills, that we're going to need to take responsibility upon ourselves. And the final thing I'll add to that is, again, there's an obligation under the Constitution that the university remain as nearly free as possible. But there's no limit on tuition at the colleges. But I think we know from reality that the colleges can't charge a higher tuition than the university and have what is effectively an appropriate business model. So I just want to get thoughts on that bigger picture and how that's been engaged in as this significant challenge that I appreciate all the work that's gone into is being tackled by the folks that are supporting this effort.
Go ahead, Sandy. I'm sorry, Dr. Caldwell.
Sandy's fine, Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss. The answer is yes, and that is something that we're working on. So a few things that I want to specifically mention. These items that you've just brought up were a part of the Sustainable Funding Work Group, and specifically in the foundational efforts, the discussion of the Constitution is absolutely, and that is one of the items that's going to be brought up, has been a challenge. It wasn't an omission. The colleges just didn't exist at the time, right? And the Constitution does, though, allow for the legislature to create them, which in fact you did. And so that's where the pathway came, but they're not specifically named because they didn't exist. Then the legislature then did very specifically take the step to create the structure of the commission, paralleled the commission members. The tuition nearly as free as possible is specified within statute and is in the tuition policy, so that it was connected to the extent that the legislature could do that. So these points very specifically are brought up. And I will say in the Sustainable Funding Work Group and in Mr. Buckles' funding strategy subcommittee, they had to wait for the other components, the other subcommittees, to really bring forward the platform through which these recommendations could be made. We had to really take a hard look at the foundational efforts of the state. That's really an important aspect, is what led the legislature to the point where it is. What are the state's interests and state needs, which continue to evolve, but some of those are very specific. The mission of the community colleges, the state's interests, the strategic plan to meet economic development are very, very specifically added. And then the attainment priority. And then Larry's subcommittee was able to say, okay, it can't be any one thing. You're right. That's why it needed to be a multitude of things, because right now we're so restricted on anything that we can do. And that creates that challenge. So Larry's subcommittee, I would say, has been waiting on all the rest of us to get in so that they can formalize this recommendation that isn't any one of those things. As you notice, I did see someone before just want to go straight to the school facilities for the 1 cent. So we recognize there's a lot of needs. So a portion of that, with looking at the mill levies, with looking at how tuition would work in that platform, became the braided approach to get to exactly what you're talking about.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Larry Buckholz, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rothfuss, I've included a bunch of numbers and some stuff that you will see in the future. And just so you know, and these are numbers that came from a spreadsheet that was provided by the LSO to this committee earlier in the year. But I just want to say this: 2 mills and 2 pennies has the potential to raise about $735 million a biennium. It really can close the gap. That's all I wanted to throw out there.
Thank you.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just as we kind of close out this part of the conversation with regard to the colleges, I just wanted the committee to know I'll do everything I can to take some of the thoughts that were shared today and carry them on over to Monday. A lot of work to do on this front, and the senator from Albany County is absolutely right. It's so big, it's almost hard to think about how big this problem is, and this is just one little piece of it. But I will say this: one of the things that I'm going to advocate for is if we continually bring up the percentage of funding that goes to the community colleges, which is state aid, then I think we have to visit about what we allow those specific districts to do with regard to their mill levies. On the one hand, we say there's too much state aid going to the community colleges, but we don't give them the opportunity to go to their own constituents in their own district. And so that's something to think about. Please share any thoughts or suggestions in between now and Monday. Would be glad to represent them. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Landon. I'll be looking forward to seeing you on that meeting. Anybody else have any comments? Do we have anybody for public comment? Karen, is there anybody listed?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Ms. Taylor is going to discuss this topic or the subtopic on the Northern Wyoming Community College District splitting into 2 counties or two college districts.
Okay.
That's a second topic on this that Dr. will cover.
Yes, I got the old agenda pulled up. I forgot that. Thank you. So who's going to present the bill or the thoughts on the second split of Gillette? Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kind of kick this off. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Moritz to give you just some high-level information on how the process works. And then I'm going to take it back over and then go through the actual application that we have for Campbell County for Gillette College. The needs assessment survey is in, and we do have a special commission meeting this Friday. And I will go over the contents of that. The agenda is out. So with that, if I may, we want to go over and share with you 2 components of the statutes and really focus on one specific aspect. And those are 21-18-310, which is annexation of a county. And then more directly, what you specifically asked for is 21-18-312, which is the formation of a community college district, which has led to a whole lot of activity in the last few months that will commence in the commission special meeting on Friday. But I would like to have Dr. Moritz go through, and there is an attached PowerPoint so that you can see what the process looks like, and then we can go through the specifics of what's in front of us right now. So if I may, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Moritz.
Go ahead, Dr. Moritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Caldwell. I will share my screen here so that you can see this PowerPoint. Can everybody see that okay? Great. All right. As Dr. Caldwell mentioned, there are 2 separate processes, and I won't take too much of your time. I know we're running a bit behind, but quickly go over the process for both annexing counties into existing districts and creating new college districts. The latter of the 2 is what Campbell County is undertaking at this point. So I can, there we go. First of all, we have recently passed emergency rules and draft regular rules to create those processes. These rules are based on the statutes that Dr. Caldwell mentioned. The annexation process is somewhat more straightforward than the formation of a college district. The annexation rules lay out the process by which required materials are submitted to the commission and describes the necessary components of the application and the process by which we review the annexation proposal. For the formation of a college district, there's a few more steps, and this is all as laid out in statute. First of all, the rules establish the application process and describe the required components. It identifies the necessary components of the mandated survey, that is the needs assessment that we contracted out to WICHE to do, and establishes the requirement that the application align with accreditation processes to ensure that if a college were approved to begin as a new district, that it would have a good chance of then getting that accreditation that it needs to operate as an independently accredited college. And finally, that it specifies the third-party reports and data necessary to evaluate the proposal. Quite a bit of information is necessary to make an informed decision, And these rules laid out exactly what data sources and how that information would be collected.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
All right, just a quick question for you, Dr. Moritz. You have here emergency rules. What constituted the emergency? If you could just lay out why there was emergency rules that didn't go through the regular drafting process and why these are considered emergency, please.
Dr. Moritz.
Mr. Chairman, the emergency rules will go right into the draft regular rules because of the timelines around the how long it takes for rules to go through public comment, and then the duration of the emergency rules before they expire. This is typically how we go about most new rules, is first establishing emergency rules, obtaining that public comment, and then implementing the draft regular rules in the next commission meeting. Does that make sense? I see you nodding.
That helps. Thank you.
And a point of clarification, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, if I may.
Go ahead.
The specific reason why we did go the emergency route rather than just to draft regular is because we knew that we had an entity that was interested in submitting an application. We wanted to make sure that there was a pathway to administer statutes. We don't know why there were not rules in place. They've been repealed at some point, we think in 92. And so these were missing, and we knew that we had a need, and we did not want to prohibit an entity that wanted to pursue this. So we needed to get them in place as quickly as possible.
Just a quick follow-up on that, Mr. Chairman. So with you guys having emergency rules in place, going the draft regular as we move forward, I just want to make sure that everybody that has the availability to hear their voices as this process unfolds, public comment period, those types of things has been allotted, and there's no, we haven't shut anybody out of the process. Is that right?
Dr. Caldwell?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, you are correct. That open comment period is actually in play. And we are actually making some revisions just based on how this process has worked. It's allowed us to find some better ways to do that. So in fact, the public comment is in place without prohibiting the Campbell County application that we're going to talk about from going forward. We wanted to allow that, and we can try to fix it along the way.
Continue on, Dr. Moritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, to quickly go over annexation, this is the process by which counties that are not taxed districts can be added to districts that have a community college. So for example, if Lincoln County, and this is a purely hypothetical example, we're interested in joining Sweetwater County in the Western Wyoming Community College District, they could pursue annexation. They would then set a mill levy for themselves up to 4 mills, and then would have participation on the Board of Trustees according to their population, proportional to the total district, which would then include both, in this example, Sweetwater and Lincoln County. Some of the benefits of annexation is it provides more mill levy funding to the district budget. It adds board representation for the annexed county. And as you saw in the previous slide, it is a slightly more straightforward and simpler process. Most importantly, it does not require an accreditation change, and so it can take place somewhat more quickly. It requires state level approval, and as well as the existing district's Board of Trustees, the commission, and then the county that is seeking annexation would also need to pass a county election to approve that mill levy. I have an example here, impacts of annexation. On the left, you see the current state of affairs in the example that I provided. You have Sweetwater County is the current taxing district for Western Wyoming Community College. Their service area are the shaded areas below. After annexation, you would have an expanded district. Lincoln County would approve some level of mill levy, and then the service area would remain the same, but the district would now include 2 separate counties. Moving on, the annexation timeline, and again, anyone, please feel free to interrupt with questions, would begin with a petition or resolution from the county seeking to be annexed, then followed quickly by board approval by the district that is the existing district. Once that is approved, the Wyoming Community College Commission would approve or disapprove, and then it would go to county election for that county. In the example again that I gave, Lincoln County, that electorate would have to approve that additional mill levy, after which it would then be a 2-county district in this scenario. Moving on to the creation of a new district. Now, of course, this is what we are in the process of reviewing. And we have a new community college district, 1 or more counties, and a brand new community college, a new board of trustees, and it requires state level approval, not only of the commission and the county, but also the state legislature. And most importantly, or at least as far as the timeline is concerned, it requires new accreditation from the regional accreditor, which in this case is the Higher Learning Commission. It is a multi-year process, and it is necessary to have that accreditation to receive federal funds for athletics, transfer of credits and degrees, all of those items, which are of fundamental importance to a fully functioning independent community college.
Dr. Moritz, if I may interrupt you for just a second, you talked about accreditation. How many years is it going to take for that newly formed community college or college to get accreditation, and what happens to those students in between times from formation to accreditation?
Mr. Chairman, that's really the $20,000 question there. It can take anywhere from 3 to 6 years to get that accreditation. Regional accreditors need a long timeline to see evidence of effective education, academics, financial security, all of those pieces to ensure that they can give that stamp of accreditation. During that time, a very common approach is to contract with an existing accredited institution to provide those services so that students can take courses and have all of the benefits of accreditation so that they can have their degrees be transferred, their credits transferred if they don't yet complete a degree, that athletics can take place, and so that those students can receive all of the same federal funds and other funds that students at an accredited institution would. So in this case, one possibility would be if Gillette Community College began and needed to wait to be accredited, they could contract with an existing college, and those students could take courses through those auspices, and still have the credits that they've earned count towards degrees and be able to transfer so that those students are well served. Does that address your question, Chairman Northrup?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Ben, if you would go back to the annexation of a county. I think the next slide, maybe the next slide. You in your example, you had Lincoln County being annexed to Sweetwater County for taxation purposes. And if I saw it right, oh, I see it's 1 to 4 mills. I thought that you said there would be 0.4 mills. So if there was an annexation, it would have to be 4 mills under the current system.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, It would not have to be 4 mills. As it is in statute right now, the county would be able to set what that mill levy was, not to exceed 4 mills.
And just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, the county would have to put it on the ballot as up to 4 mills, so it cannot exceed. It's the board that then sets that mill.
And just for my clarification, then they get all the same percentage of state aid from the state if they only assign 1 or 2 mills? Or is there, I mean, everybody's at 5 mills essentially now. So if you have one that comes in at 4 mills or 2 mills or 1 mill, are they going to get the same amount of money?
Mr. Chairman, again, this is an annexation and not for the college district. So the college would still be operating and pursuing those mills in the same way. I think the question you're asking is how those additional mills would be calculated in the allocation model. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe that I'm looking for Larry. And I see that I don't know that I see his face, but we'll get an answer to that one for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So if it's an agreement between Sweetwater and Lincoln County, and then they come up with a mill levy, so every time that there is a change in the mill levy, then that would have to go to the voters, or is that going to be something that the board that is created by the combination of 2 committees can make a decision on their own?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Okay, Representative Freeman. How this works is it actually creates a new constitution of the board. So when you do an annexation, the way that it reads is they put it on the ballot, and then the board then becomes a composition of the 2 counties created based on population of the counties by the proportion of the county, regardless of the number of mills. So then that board then is the one that makes that determination of how many mills to assess. And that annexation has to go up every 4 years, if I remember correctly, right off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Moritz. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, could I follow on that real quick before Dr. Moritz goes?
You certainly may. Go ahead, Dr. Senator Robbins.
That'll work too. The annexation, the point that Dr. Caldwell was just making actually is a challenge that honestly we probably statutorily need to find a way through with the annexation, because we had discussion a few years ago of annexation of Albany County into Laramie County, because obviously we benefit significantly from the Albany County campus of LCCC. The biggest concern was that the LCCC board didn't really want to do that because it basically abolishes their board. So everybody that had run for election and been elected to that board would be flushed away. And then the board would have to be reassembled, and you'd probably end up with, I don't know, a third-ish of the board members having to come from our county, which then guarantees a sacrifice of a third of the members that are sitting on the board at that point in time. So we have a little bit of a conundrum there that I don't think's really been raised, but it is kind of a detrimental point when it comes to contemplating annexation or trying to expand a district. And I just wanted to raise that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see Dr. Caldwell wants to weigh in on that too.
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, we certainly have identified that as a challenge. And we raise this point to the Select Committee on Community College Governance and Funding, because it doesn't allow even a levering if they wanted to say annex if Albany County or with Laramie County Community College, or say Teton County with Central Wyoming College. But they didn't want to do up to all 4. Maybe they only wanted to do 1 mill because that's what they need to functionally operate. There isn't any latitude in that. We did seek guidance with the Attorney General's office if we could put that in our rules to allow for that. If it's 1 mil, then it's only 25% of the county, for example. And we are not able to do that because that would be mixing governance with taxation in a way that isn't specified in that. So that is an item that we did bring up to the select committee because we do see that as a concern and might prohibit what could be some really great partnerships going forward through annexation.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. And very brief follow-up, Mr. Chairman. I do think that, as the working group moves forward, cases like Albany County, where we really should be a part of that board in some way, we really should be paying mills towards the operation of the campus. And there should be a path to that that is mutually beneficial both for Albany County and Laramie County and the existing board. So yeah, keep us as a case study, if you would. I appreciate that.
Very good. All right. Continue on, Dr. Moritz.
Thank you. So back to the new district creation. We have here a map utilizing the Campbell County example. So currently Sheridan County is the taxing district, and the service area includes Sheridan, Johnson, and Campbell County. After district creation, there would be two separate districts, Sheridan County and a separate Campbell County with two separate service areas. You would have Sheridan and Johnson County, and then Campbell on its own over there. And there was some question about that timeline. We are in the blue part right now, application and survey. The county commission completes the application, which was established through that emergency and draft regular rules process, including the statutorily required information, the application, and a third-party survey, which is conducted to evaluate the feasibility. That is that WICHE survey that has now been completed. Then it's up to the commission. I see we have WWWC here and WCCC. My apologies for that typo. There is no WWWC. The application is reviewed, and then the commissioners vote to approve or deny the proposal. After that point, it then goes to the legislature for approval, and then on to the county to vote up or down that mill levy. This is all the state level part of that timeline. If I may go on to the next slide, you see the accreditation level. Once the new college has been approved and has its state authorization, it can then begin the process of gaining accreditation, which is initiated through unaccredited operations. And again, as I mentioned, they are during this time providing evidence of their institutional effectiveness, and they're building out the infrastructure and the resources that they need to be an independently operating college. Only when all of that infrastructure is in place and a significant amount of time has gone by to demonstrate that that infrastructure is effective will the accrediting body, first of all, see it as eligible to begin the candidacy process. There's lots of words and lots of different stages along the way. There's eligible, then you're a candidate, and then you have an award of initial accreditation. Typically, this can take anywhere from 3 to 6 years. I know that's a wide time span. There are a few steps along the way that can be expedited if the college meets certain criteria. It really is far too early to make any guesses as to what that timeline would actually look like. We were fortunate enough to have a representative from HLC, the Higher Learning Commission, address one of our commission meetings earlier, where Campbell County Commission representatives were as well, to walk through this process and kind of give a primer on what that process entails. So at that, With that, I might pause for a moment if anyone has any questions about that timeline or that process.
Questions to Ben? Anybody? Speak up. I can't see everybody. I only got 5 on my screen. All right. No questions appearing. Continue on, Ben.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the application for the formation of a new district requires the following bulleted points. I won't read each of those to you. But again, this comes from the rules, which in turn come about from the statute. And we can talk about this a little bit later, but this is the general overview of how that application is structured. And that is really the final slide. I believe, oh, I see a question, Representative Brown.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Ben, if you could go back to that slide really quick. One thing that I wanted to look at here, if you would please.
Sure. May I ask which slide that was?
Your very last slide, what the application formula looked like. Yeah, so one of the things that I see here, or that I don't see here, that I would like to see here, is if this was already an existing portion of a community college, why is the split a better scenario? And maybe that falls underneath the statement of purpose. I don't know. But something, you know, I can see all these things fitting perfectly if this was the formation of a brand new community college that we're putting up in Wheatland, Wyoming, you know. But the fact that what we're talking about right here is we have a community college that has another campus in another county, and they're looking to branch off and create their own community college district now. So what I would like to see in there is a reason, and I will certainly be asking for this if this makes it through this process and comes to the legislative session, why this is better off for our state to go from 7 community colleges that are already struggling to add on an 8th community college that can be struggling now, and have more admin and have more problems. You know, I just feel like this is a compounding issue. So I don't know if that's part of this in here. And if it is, it looks like Dr. Caldwell is raising her finger and has some points. So I would appreciate some thoughts on that.
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell. Would you like to clear that up?
Yes, I would. Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, it's actually embedded in this application, and it's actually part of the needs assessment, which also is outlined in statute. And I'm going to highlight those specifics. This is really a rolled up version of about a 40 question application. And that application is actually public information. It was included in the commission packet on August 27th and 28th when they adopted the rules. So we did take that into consideration, which is why it has things like facilities and physical resources, contracting to make sure accreditation is covered if you already have an intact campus, and that is specified within that. So I think I'm going to hit these other points as I go through the actual application that we received and what the statute calls for in the specific requirements of the needs assessment.
Further questions? Anybody else? Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, and then if I can get you to stop sharing that, and then what I am going to do is actually just do a bit of an intro, and then I'm going to share my screen into one of the documents that you have, because I think that will be helpful for individuals. We did work very quickly. We did get indication in early July that there would be an intent to bring forward an application. That did set us to work very quickly because we did not have those rules in place. But we knew these applications had occurred in the past, and they had in 1985 and again in 1991-92. And so we wanted to make sure that we were doing what needed to be done. There was also actually a Supreme Court case around it in 1985. So we went to work very quickly, developing the application, making sure that the rules were in place so that we could move forward, and then to make sure that whatever structure we put in place helped ease the pathway of the accreditation process. So we embedded all of those things together to make sure that we didn't have barriers in place, but we created a strong pathway for people to really understand. And on August the 5th, the commission did receive a notice of intent with some of the preliminary information that is required and set out in statute. We had a commission meeting, a special meeting on August 27th and 28th, in which we did have the commission adopted the emergency rules, the draft regular rules, and approve the format for the application, which we actually got done by that night, by the night of the 28th. And we received an application from Campbell County on August 31st. Now, one thing I want to mention is we had sunshine the draft on July 31st. So while we knew there might be some changes along the way, they didn't get an application that night and then do an all-nighter to get it done. They had some information in advance, because we sort of knew exactly, we knew what components were likely to be in that. We wanted to make sure that they knew that in advance. So the August 31st application came in. It started the clock the very next day. Statute requires that we conduct a needs assessment survey, and that a decision, the commission must take action to either approve or disapprove the application within 90 days. In our rules, we actually backed it up by 7 days, because you never know what's going to happen with Wyoming weather, right? We are aware of that, and we wanted to make sure we built in a little bit of buffer to make sure that we got that. So the official date that it had to be done by statute is July 30th. And that actually then backed up by the 7 days would be November 23rd. We thought that was a bad idea to have that the week of Thanksgiving. So that meeting is Friday, November 20th, and it is this Friday. It is being held in the Capitol complex, in the auditorium, with a very strict social distancing, and you have to register to come. So we're trying to keep track of all that. So I'm going to go through the actual needs assessment is very critical, because it takes not only the application that was submitted, the requirements around accreditation, and then addresses very specific points. And I'm going to share my screen and get to the right to the document that you yourself have. Don't know why it's not popping up. I think I'm getting the right one. Please let me know if you can see that on the screen. Okay, wonderful. We did immediately upon, and actually before we received this application, because we did anticipate it, we went to work on identifying the really high state level knowledge base that it was going to take to do this kind of needs assessment survey. Very limited number of entities in the United States that can actually pull this off at the state level and the local level, right? What does this mean at the local level? But what does this mean as the state takes on a potential obligation, as Representative Brown just brought up? So we did put that out for a few entities that we felt confident could do that. And we did ultimately hire WICHE. And I'm very pleased with that. WICHE is well known to the state of Wyoming. It has been a compact in our statutes since the 1950s. So very important. They then contracted with Interim, which is the National Council for Higher Education Management Systems. And they're what is recognized as really the national data tool for higher education and states who are working on higher education, post-secondary education. So they subcontracted with them because of the high-level data needs. Now, specific components, and Representative Brown, I think this is what you were getting to. The statutes require that this needs assessment survey look at specific components. Is there a need for a community college in the proposed district? The need for the community college in the state. That's one of your questions. The financial ability of the proposed district to support a college, but also the state to support a college. This was an important factor. The educational soundness of the proposed community college plan. that they had presented, and then any other matters which might assist the commission in the disposition of the application. So we looked at this, we had them look at it very, very comprehensively. So this is actually public information already. We even had some corrections made and uploaded the newest edition today, this morning. The study was released last Tuesday, and then updated with some components that people highlighted. So what I want you to point to really get down to, the executive summary is this these 6 pages. The actual study itself is around 70 or so, not including the appendices. So it's quite in depth, and we'll have, I think, a lot of the questions that you have. Now, the application does specifically request or require that there is protection for students that are already in the pipeline in the accreditation process. We don't want to see any students have credits that don't count, degrees that aren't recognized, credits that won't transfer, or to have them ineligible for federal financial aid. This is a very important component of that. And this is addressed within the needs assessment plan. So I do want to point that out, that it was one of the questions. So I just want to highlight a few components of this as the commission goes into deliberation, and you as a legislature will receive this entire packet. So you will receive the commission's decision, and then you will receive the entire packet, the executive summary that is here, as well as the full study for you to be able to take a look at it. So one of the really important components is, I don't think there was any dispute that Campbell County and Gillette and Wright, it is important that there is post-secondary education available in that region of the state. I think that was well pointed in the study and reinforced that it was not in dispute. The real question is whether or not it needs an independent. Gillette College is not a college. It is a campus of a college, but it is a very robust and has facilities and offers programs. They offer programs through the curriculum that was adopted through Northern, but they have a lot going on. I mean, that's an important thing. And so is that step of the independence the question that needs to be answered here? And I think that might get a little bit to that point. And so you will see there's a large amount of documentation available on this. Key consideration is this would allow for Gillette College to be responsive to Campbell County, specifically through their own local governance. That is really what was raised within the application, and within that concern is that under the current governance structure, the board is from another county where that taxing district occurs. Now, I think an important thing to note is that Campbell County, City of Gillette, has actually provided a lot of financial support, and you will also see that within this report. They do not assess a mill. They have not gone through the annexation process, but they have provided a lot of funding, including a great deal of the facilities that are funded. And they actually have unique programs through Northern that exist at the Gillette campus pretty exclusively compared to Sheridan. That would be MSHA, for example, which is the Mine Safety Health Administration courses for the above and underground miners that occurs. The second point I think that is important is what brought about the application. I think we've seen it all in the news. This had a lot related to the budget cuts that occurred, and very often you hear that it was around athletics, and I saw that quoted as well. But it was really about the governance within that. Who makes a decision around the cuts that were made and how they were done, and who has control over that? Campbell County does have a liaison to the Northern Board. They do attend the closed sessions, involved in those conversations, but they're not a voting member. And I think that's important to note, and that's what brought up. This wasn't the first time. There was a prior application in, I think it was submitted in 91. It went to the voters in 92. It was approved by the commission at that time. There was also one in 1985 that the commission didn't approve, and it did not go forward, but an outcome of that is that the legislature also has to approve an application. And so the next one really is about offering the local. They really in the application didn't acknowledge or identify that there would be expanded programming in the region, and there wasn't clear identification that there would be additional more customized to the local. What I will bring out is that Campbell County has a lower post-secondary attainment rate, and so there is actually a lot of capacity in that county to add students and programs. So how that would look, we don't know. And it's hard to, we could model it 1,000 different ways. So I think that's an important thing to note. The next one, number 4 that I wanted to get into is that Campbell County's assessed valuation is a lot per mill. And the financial aspect of it is a big question that I think a lot of people wanted answered. And I think it does become answered in this to some extent. Without knowing how things will happen in the future, it's hard to know that. But their 4 mills raise this quite a lot, would allow them to certainly build up their emergency fund, hire the staff that they need to operate a college, and to do that, even if Campbell County funding were to go down quite a lot. There would be state obligations, but not for quite some time. This state, the ability for the state to help support does not come in play until the institution is accredited. So all of their students would still be students of another college, and there would be protected that way through the contract agreement. They would have to work out how they were going to do that payment with the institution. So I think that would be managed. The state obligation wouldn't come until the institution becomes accredited. And at that point, they're really, unless something dramatically changes in assessed valuation, or it probably actually would be helped under the sustainable funding model, they would not receive a large amount of, or if any, of the allocation model. The state then would have an obligation around EGI and WRS, as well as capital projects for major maintenance, for example. And there's actually a pathway for those as well. Many of the facilities are only partially owned by Northern. A vast majority of the facilities, or a large percentage of the facilities, are owned by Campbell County, would then become property of the district. And that's what they put in the application. So there would be, at some point, about 5 years away when accreditation, those would then come in under the state obligation at around $2 million per year under the current major maintenance plan. We understand that they have sinking funds between now and then to help manage that, and they would probably have the budget to be able to do that. The impact on Northern Wyoming Community College District is quite severe. It is a lot. I will tell you that this amount of their budget, when you combine both the annual amount in their budget and what that means on a biennial basis, and what that might mean in terms of tuition and fees, may also be quite significant. However, it may actually help the other colleges because Sheridan would be a smaller college. Gillette would not qualify for the allocation model funds, and then it could then support the other colleges because they would be eligible for a larger proportion. Now, the caveat with that is if enrollment patterns do not change, and we just don't know that. The study does identify the 2 colleges most likely to be impacted, aside from Sheridan, in terms of enrollment, is definitely Eastern, because they do have quite an enrollment out of Crook and Weston counties, and Casper College. Casper College, though, probably would offset that by the total increase in the state aid they would receive. But again, this is all subject to many, many moving parts that were very, very difficult to model. One of the other aspects is that there would have to be an immediate MOU with Gillette College and one of the other colleges. We have heard verbally and by report, and it's actually in the study, that the only institution that makes sense is Northern. And because those students are already in degree programs, they're already under their financial aid. If they were to go to another institution, they might not have the same academic programs they were in. This allows the greatest portability for those students, and to allow for Gillette College to adopt their curriculum and then adapt it once they become accredited. So it just makes the most sense, and it isn't something that would have to be done immediately, so that those students were protected, and that's identified here. And then with that, it does go on to say that annexation is certainly a pathway. It is a pathway that is used by other states. You have an annexation, use that annexation process so that within 4 years, they're ready to go out and to become an independent college. And Higher Learning Commission confirmed that that would absolutely be an appropriate way for them as well. So they brought that up. And then last is that there is no doubt that Campbell County benefits from having a vibrant college campus. It really comes down to a matter of the value placed on local control. Will there need to be expanded academic programs in that area? How will the impact to Northern Wyoming Community College District in Sheridan be managed? And then the state's preparedness to take on and the additional obligations around major maintenance and employee health insurance, retirement, those kinds of things until then. So I think that gives you a as quick of a summary as I could come up with in a 70-page document like that. But if you're welcome to check out the commission on Friday, and I am going to switch to the agenda so that you can see the posted agenda on the commission website. This is live, and you had an older version. We have provided that update. I gave it to Karen this morning. So the review process and timeline that we talked about today is here. The actual application submitted by Campbell County is here. The additional documents that shows that Campbell County has adequate assessed valuation, has the adequate high school enrollment from grades 9 through 12, and then had either the resolution by the county commission or petition by the electorate, which they had both. Those are presented there. We do have a space for public comment. So if anybody wants to make a public comment, they just go to the commission website. We get your name down and we will be able to do that. And then we will get into a regular agenda. Campbell County task force that was appointed by the Campbell County Commission will conduct a presentation, which we also shared during our public hearings on October 10th and October the 14th. Dr. Walt Tribely will be providing some comments. And then from there, Witchy will go into an in-depth overview of the needs assessment, because that's where the real questions lie, is answering, is it needed? Is it financially feasible? Can the state support it? All of those questions are embedded within there. Within our rules, we also had 30-day requirements. This is where we confirmed with the Wyoming Department of Education. We looked at data from Department of Workforce Services. We confirmed information from Economic Analysis Division to really make sure we were looking at a 360 view of what is in place. And then a statement of recommendations that the county commission has signed, attesting that they will make sure that the newly elected board picks up the components and then moves forward with creating a robust college. We did have public listening sessions. So if you want to know what happened in those are the summary notes from those. Written submissions, we had a portal for people to submit written comments that does have redacted information. There were some individuals who were concerned about that. We have other comments it received. Right now, unless we've received some more, which we'll update that, we do have a letter from Senator Enzi there. And then we do have an opportunity for Campbell County to make closing remarks. They do have comments related to the needs assessment survey. And then the commission itself, in order for them to go through this, and I think this will help everyone see it, what are the components that are in there, using a scoring rubric to ensure that they go through every component and score that based on it meets, partially meets, fully meets kind of thing, and then leads to the roll call vote. So that's what the commission packet looks like for all of you that are interested. And I will stop because I think there's some questions.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Sandy, actually, if you can scroll all the way back down to the bottom of that, I just have a quick question there, and then I have one follow-up that's non-related. Paragraph E says Community College Commission recommendation to approve application. Is this already a recommendation that you guys are going to approve regardless of what's going on? Or is that, I guess I'm just kind of, is that just a miswording or what? Does it look like this is just going through and this is a lot of work for something that's already been determined?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, no, this is because motions are always supposed to be made in the affirmative, so that the commission either approves it by saying a majority of a yes, or they disapprove it by a majority saying no. So this is based on best practice of always writing motions in the affirmative per the training. Made sure we went to the training.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the follow-up question that I have on this is, I guess as I'm looking at this between the annexation portion and creating a new college district here, I'm confused as to why we wouldn't just annex Gillette. Say, you guys are now annexed in, you guys now can approve 5 mills, up to 5 mills. And then we can also do similar to what Senator Rothfuss was saying earlier. We are going to give you guys 2 seats on the board for Northwest Community College. I'm not quite understanding why they chose to go one route versus the other. Can you help me understand that?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, yes, I can help you understand that. The option is they can do either one. They can use the annex as a pathway. This was not considered a viable option to them. And I think part of that has to do with the concerns that Senator Rothfuss raised, is right now it is proportional to the county. And just for clarification, it only allows them to go up to 4 mills. It doesn't let them do 5 of an annexed county. That would be the taxing district county. However, it does require the board to be restructured by proportion of county population. So if they were to annex, which they absolutely could go that route, as a pathway to independence, it would create a Northern Wyoming Community College District Board that is 4 members from Campbell County and 3 members from Sheridan County.
Further questions for Community College Commission? I'll open it up to everybody that way. Anybody? All right. So if there's, oh, there you go, John Freeman, Representative Freeman, go ahead.
I think the answer to this is self-evident, but I'll ask it anyway. Is the proportion of governance the major reason why annexation was disagreeable to both parties?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, and Representative Freeman, I don't want to speak for a county commission, but what I would say is that we've certainly heard that because of that dynamic, losing board seats for elected positions. And we have heard that in other counties as the same way, which is certainly why we did seek guidance on whether or not we could, within the rules, do that as a proportional, and we weren't permitted. So whether or not that was the exact reason, but I can tell you that we've certainly heard that, and we have in fact had that reported by other counties.
So I'll ask the question, why didn't the Gillette County just decide to break off on their own and be a private college? They certainly have the funding to do it. Do you know, Dr. Caldwell?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that they, and again, I don't want to speak for the Campbell County Commission or the Campbell County Task Force, but I think that was their sincere desire to be a public institution in the state of Wyoming and serve within the community college system to the benefit of Wyoming citizens as an elected body for the county and the state. That is the best I can tell you, but I think they wanted to continue the students being at part of the public institutions in the state of Wyoming.
Go ahead, Representative Freeman.
Just for my own information, when I was a trustee, there was talks about annexation of other other counties, and they wanted it to be governance based on county. Any influence on how the governance is going to be determined in this situation?
Dr. Caldwell?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, you broke up on me, so I didn't hear everything that you said. I lost you right after. I think I can answer this question, but I want to make sure I heard that you have the question I think you mean.
Please restate your question, Representative Freeman.
Redundancy isn't something that I'm good at. But basically what happens is I've been involved in this process for 14 years and 16 years. And I was in a situation before where there was talk of annexation of a county to Western. And it came down to representation on the governance, and the county that was interested was talking about they wanted representation based on their evaluation, county evaluation versus how many people lived in the county. So does evaluation play any part in the governance structure?
Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Freeman, it doesn't. It is the assessing of mills, regardless of which county. Now, the challenge we had is, could that be proportional? Right now, it's an all or nothing, rather than a proportional to the number of mills. So, for example, in the example from that Dr. Moritz showed of the Western service area, and if it wanted to annex Lincoln County, the 0 to 4 mills, then if it only wanted to do 1 mill or 2 mills to help fund operations in that region, they still have to do the board representation based on county population with the limit of 7. what other states do is that they allow boards of varying sizes with each board being one board, because they can only speak with one voice. So you do see that in other states where they have increased their taxing based on annexation and with some sort of proportional amount based on the total number of seats that they have, up to a maximum. Most of them have a maximum at 9. Some have as few as 5.
Further questions? Further questions? Anybody else? All right, we'll move to public comment. I know we have one right off the bat. And I know it'll take a second to get it up. There you are. Aaron Taylor. There you go. It's all yours. Oh, can't hear you. Barely, not really.
Is it better now?
Oh, that's good. That's better.
Okay. The joys of technology. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I appreciate it. You know, when you asked earlier if I was going to make comments on the funding, I was like, yes, I'm here, you know, but you can't see me when I'm in the waiting room. So I appreciate you letting me comment now. I am only going to comment on the earlier portion, not the Campbell County conversation. So I first of all want to just say, yes, I'm Erin Taylor. I am the executive director of the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. And I want to just express my gratitude to the committee, and especially to those of you who are moving off of our committee and out of our service in our state legislature. I've worked with a lot of you for a long time. Representative Piperinen, Representative Freeman, Chairman Coe, Chairman Northrop. You all mean a lot to me. So thank you for your service. And I'm tearing up a little. Goodness, you guys must be important. I wanted to talk about the funding conversation from the point of view of the association. The great work that the commission is undertaking and the committee that you heard described from Dr. Caldwell is something that WACD absolutely supports. You heard there are 2 presidents and 2 trustees involved in that process. And there's another meeting coming up where I'm going to try and be able to make some comments as well. But as you know, WACD, part of our job is to get out and communicate and advocate for the colleges. And so we've been talking about this a little bit, you know, before the commission has their official recommendations. And so I thought I would just share with you what we're communicating with legislators and what we're talking about. Kind of the broad stroke in terms of, or a comprehensive conversation that you heard from Dr. Caldwell and Mr. Buckholz is something that WACD is also considering. But before I move on to say what those elements are, I want to first say that WACD is very conscious and very considerate of the fact that the conversation facing us today is not simply about just the community colleges. You know, we heard the governor give his budget message a couple of days ago, and the deficit facing K-12 education, a constitutionally obligation there, is something that's real. And how we get through this next phase of a next couple of years, this next budget is uncertain. And there's a lot of uncertainty facing our businesses right now. And the colleges, WACD wants to make sure that we say publicly and to you all that we recognize that uncertainty and that impact on our business partners. Those entities that are industries and businesses, small and large alike, are really key partners for the community colleges. And we recognize that just simply saying, increase this tax or that, increase that tax could have, you know, some pretty significant consequences or implications on certain industries. So we recognize we're only part of the conversation. And if there's a conversation about comprehensive tax reform, or how are we going to fund this hole in K-12 funding, the community colleges are hoping that we can be part of that conversation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just briefly walk through this because I know there's been a lot of conversation, and I have some notes from some of the earlier questions and responses that I'd love to make comments on. But that notion that you heard today that the community colleges serve all 23 counties, that is something that's, I think, a pretty key concept to move forward with whatever sort of funding ideas that are presented. And you heard some of what those could include: sales tax, taxing the 16 counties, or taxing a statewide mill levy, something like that. We want to also mention that there are issues that have come up over the course of, Dr. Caldwell mentioned, the colleges have been in front of various legislative committees, lots of them, lots of work right now in front of the colleges. And an issue that has come into our focus that really needs some work, so it's tangential to this conversation, is the equity issues associated with BOCES funding and dual and concurrent. So that's something that some committee needs to roll their sleeves up on and really dive into that a little bit more. But aside from that statewide focus, the notion of providing more tools in the local toolbox is something that WACD is absolutely encouraging. This could be allowing more local authority for the taxing districts to impose or just have more flexibility with how they're able to impose those taxes. Maybe it's removing or changing the limits on when those taxes need to go in front of the voters to provide more stability and continuity. Maybe it's getting crazy and thinking about how local optional sales and use taxes could be used. Maybe if there's an agreement with a local community, maybe that economic development sales tax could be used to fund workforce funding. We're really just kind of trying to think outside the box here. You heard from Dr. Caldwell the importance of looking at the funding, what we affectionately call House Bill 80 from when it was passed. That was the mechanism that did give some predictability and stability for the colleges, but it's not perfect. And we would encourage the legislature to continue to look into that, to incentivize the state goals for higher education through that mechanism. Workforce training, consortium planning, possibly external cost adjustments, things like that. Those are not provided for in that funding formula. Something that isn't necessarily tied to how do we fund the colleges moving forward, but it's something that a couple of other legislative committees are looking at, and that is forming a Wyoming adult student financial aid program. You've heard that work in the words of Wyoming's Tomorrow, and WACD is very much still behind that work and investing in the very resources that can carry us forward. If we graduate every high school student in our state, we cannot achieve the higher education attainment goals that the legislature and the state has put forward to us. We need to hit that adult population with some resources and availability, and other states have done that. And I think Wyoming can too. The issue of the constitutional, that the colleges are not recognized in the Constitution, that's an interesting conversation. I have folks in my group who say that should be our first priority. We need to be in the Constitution. And then I have other folks saying, well, that's not going to solve anything. There's still a hole in K-12 funding. I would submit to you that the legislature still can prioritize the importance and the need for the community colleges to be an integral part of expanding and educating our workforce, training our workforce, and building Wyoming into the future that we need to see and that where we want to go. So I would almost rather see that commitment from the legislature than necessarily the obligation of being included in the Constitution. So that's something to just keep talking about, I think, but it provides a great talking point to keep going with some of those ideas. But what WACD is doing, I want to touch on, you heard from Dr. Caldwell too, that the colleges are trying to help themselves. The commission did approve an increase in tuition, and the tuition has been increased 8 of the last 10 years. So it's not something that just happened. They have been working on this and then constantly trying to recognize that we do want that tuition to be as free as possible and regionally competitive and not higher than UW. All of those things play into that, but they did take that action recently. So what WACD is doing with all of these things, and I can forward this on to LSO to share with the committee, is something that I know the commission has done. But all of these things I've mentioned, we've put together in kind of a matrix that says, legislature, here's some options that you have. Here's the fiscal impact, here's the authority, here's the pros, here's the cons. And I've mentioned some of those pros and cons because when you're just talking about throwing out tax increases, it impacts somebody. And in Wyoming, we know that it disproportionately impacts the extractive industries. So there are pros and cons. But the traditional funding mechanism for community colleges is generally local mill levies. So that is something that is recognized there. A couple of comments with regard to what's been said earlier when asked from the commission if they were working and talking outside the silo of the community college family. WACD's role in this is yes, we are reaching out to our community partners, our industry partners. I'm having a conversation tomorrow with our mining industry folks to sit down and really walk them through how it is and why we are here today and having this conversation. Because what we don't want to have happen is to have our key industry partners get really exercised and upset at the community colleges saying they want to increase our taxes. They're our partners. We recognize that. This is a Wyoming problem, not just a community college problem. But I am working hard to make sure I sit down with those groups, making presentations. I'd like to say out in your neck of the woods, Representative Freeman, but I was via Zoom in your neck of the woods, talking to your Pulse group, with economic leaders, business leaders, talking about the issues before education. And we talked about these very issues with the community colleges. We're hoping to do this all across the state. So that is the role that WACD can play in this. I wanted to also talk about what Senator Landon brought up with, will these services go away? Senator, and I keep moving depending on where you are on my screen, I keep moving my eyes, the blessings and curse of Zoom. But Senator, to that question, we don't know where these services will go, but I can tell you the college presidents have had a hard time explaining or being able to fully disclose where the cuts will happen because the boards hadn't all the way taken those decisions and made them public. And many of them are getting to that point. So we will know very quickly where, for all 7 community colleges, where those cuts will be. You will probably hear it from your constituents. And that's happening in my county with my college. Many people are going to their legislators and saying, LCCC is cutting our services. What can you do to help them? So in many ways, it's freeing for the colleges to be able to say, but sadly, we had to cut X amount of people. We had to cut these programs and services because it really is cutting people losing their jobs and important programs that mean something and daycare centers, developmental daycare centers, things like that, things that really matter in our communities. So in some ways, it's freeing that it's all out on the table here very soon, if it's not already in your community. But we will know what this next round 15% cuts means to the colleges. And for many of them, it's going to be devastating. Senator Hutchins, you mentioned consolidation, and Dr. Caldwell did a really great job talking about the very unique challenges that our state brings in terms of our vast acreage and then small population and very, very unique economic centers across the state, which is why, we have our colleges in the locations that they are. But I will tell you, within the group that I'm working in, I am trying to make sure that those conversations are on the table, that legislator, or that the boards of trustees do understand that, should two colleges be talking about getting together? I don't know if that's the right answer, but for them to not have the conversation and be recognize that is some questions that are coming up. I want you to let you know that I'm communicating that with them. So Senator Hutchins, it's not a dumb question. It's a question that probably needs to be part of the conversation. So I'm going to communicate that with the boards of trustees. I think that's probably all of the notes that I have, Mr. Chairman. If there's any questions that I can answer, I am happy to do that. And just so you know that we are supportive of the work of the commission, but sometimes there's just a different or more expanded look on how things are communicated with local entities at this time. But I'm happy to be part of the conversation and happy to be here today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Erin. Erin's a great resource. I encourage everybody to use Erin as much as you can during the upcoming session for information. Does anybody have a question for Erin? None whatsoever. All right. Thank you, Erin. Do we have anybody else who would like to comment? Public or otherwise? Nothing, Karen? And
no,
okay.
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't have any additional public comment for this subject.
Okay, so Senator Hutchins, would you please go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to Erin for her consideration on one of my questions. Really appreciate that.
Very good. All right. We're going to go on to the next item. If you guys need to take a break, I suggest you get up and do it because we're just going to keep going until we're done. We're looking at item number 10, Early Childhood Program Governance Consolidation, Draft Legislation. This comes up to Senator Cost, and he'll be in a minute. I got Becca. I have Lachelle. Thank you for joining us, Becca and Lachelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know RJ's out there somewhere. He's been texting me, telling me he's ready.
Mr. Chairman, he has not entered in yet, but once he does, we'll get him in here.
Yep. All right, well, let's go ahead then. Lachelle, would you like to take off with it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Lachelle Brandt, and I am a Senior Policy Advisor in the Office of Governor Gordon. I will be joined today by Senator Cost and Becca Steinhoff. Senator Cost has been a champion for education for years in Wyoming, and I would like to personally thank him for the time that he's dedicated to the work involved in the process to bring these proposed statutory changes. Becca Steinhoff is an expert in early childhood education, and she's worked tirelessly for years to advocate and support young children and families and communities across Wyoming. She currently serves as the chair for the State Advisory Council for Early Childhood and has led much of the work that has been instrumental in the proposed changes before you today. You will hear from both of them after my remarks, and I really appreciate the opportunity with a full agenda this afternoon to provide you with some information on the early education bill and our findings. There are really four main important points that I want to bring to your attention. The first is that the recommendations in this draft bill come from years of analysis and a large stakeholder task force, including the entire early childhood education field. Number two, moving the Part B and C programs from the Department of Health into the Department of Education does not require any alteration of funding to the child development centers. Third, moving the selected programs into the Department of Family Services will provide better statewide services for home visitation and better information for providers and families. And fourth, we recognize that the implementation of this bill will take many months, maybe even years, of hard work and coordination among state and local actors. So I'll elaborate briefly on each of these points. As I stated, these recommendations are the culmination of years of analysis on early childhood efficiency and governance in Wyoming. There are reports dating back to 2010, analyzing programs, identifying deficiencies, and making recommendations. More recently, you may be aware that your Management Audit Committee conducted 2 extensive analyses of these programs in 2016 and in 2018. These reports pointed out some of the fragmentation of the system and provided you similar recommendations that are included and presented in the draft bill before you. Unfortunately, despite all of the studies, recommendations, and considerable efforts over the last decade by many stakeholders to improve early childhood governance, Wyoming continues to lag significantly behind other states, ranking at the bottom of efficiency of early education governance. Wyoming can no longer afford a structure that lacks vision, leadership, coordination, and efficiency. And it is for that reason that we applied for and were successful in receiving a federal preschool development grant, Birth Through 5, often referred to as the PDG 5 initial grant. The John P. L. Bogan Foundation funded a grant writer to support the state's effort in the application development and submission process last year. In December 2019, Wyoming was notified by the federal government that the state would receive $2 million in funding to conduct a needs assessment and write a strategic plan for early childhood. You can see a detailed explanation of the work in your materials in 10.1, Wyoming Governor's Task Force Interim Update. And the draft bill before consideration today is just an attempt to codify the most pertinent of the task force's recommendations. In summary, the bill proposes to rearrange programs serving our young children that are currently managed by 4 state agencies: the Department of Health, the Department of Workforce Services, the Department of Education, and the Department of Family Services. In keeping with the task force's interim recommendation, this bill consolidates the management of these programs down into 2 agencies: the Department of Education and the Department of Family Services. The 3 programs that the Department of Education will assume include the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA Part C, Early Intervention, and Part B 619 Preschool, both currently managed by the Department of Health. Additionally, the Head Start Collaboration Program, currently managed by the Department of Workforce Services, will move to the Department of Education. Representatives from the Head Start Association expressed to the task force a strong desire to move to the agency for IDEA. I will also note that in the most recent recalibration report, your consultants pointed out that research shows that integrating preschool programs with the traditional public school system strengthens the effect of both preschool programs and programs in K-3. They also suggested that if Wyoming fully taps the federal resources we receive, we could provide preschool programs to potentially 25 to 33% of our students from the lowest income families. The 2 programs that the Department of Family Services will assume include Wyoming Quality Counts and Home Visiting. There exists a lot of confusion about the funding for IDEA Part B 619 and Part C. That confusion is partly due to the fact that we administer the funds and program differently than every state when it comes to Part B 619. In other states, the Part B 619 funding and implementation is handled by the Department of Education. In Wyoming, the funding first comes to the Department of Education, then goes to the Department of Health, and then goes to the Child Development Centers. However, the federal IDEA responsibility for children with disabilities ages 3 to 21 ultimately still rests with the Department of Education. So what we have is an extra layer of state agencies involved in implementing these programs as a result, but no change in ultimate responsibility and funding origin. The recommendation to move Part B into a division in the Department of Education is an attempt to streamline this process and then hopefully improve outcomes and efficiencies as a result. Bringing Part C into the Department of Education is intended to further that goal. And to reiterate, the Department of Education may serve as the Intermediate Education Unit, or IEU used in state law to distribute funds to Part B and C programs using the same process that is currently utilized by the Department of Health to distribute these funds. And along these same lines of consolidation for efficiency and coordinating outcomes, the move of Wyoming Quality Counts in home visiting to the Department of Family Services is intended to do just that. Because the Department of Family Services already funds childcare and has a leadership role in supporting childcare professionals, it makes sense to bring the work of quality counts to the Department of Family Services to improve the support for providers and improved information for families. The Department of Family Services receives funds for the home visiting program under the Department of Health. Moving all home visiting programs under one umbrella will provide an opportunity for a more coherent menu of home visiting options and provide the leadership necessary to ensure that families are able to access the services that best meet their needs. This effort will take coordination among all existing models. Lastly, we recognize that a strong transition plan is critical. Agencies will be given a year to collaborate and address the details necessary to develop a strong transition plan, leading to the successful implementation of programs. I do want to emphasize that these recommendations focus only on state level oversight of these programs and do not propose any changes of how the programs are managed or implemented at the local level. The whole point of the transition plan is to study any implementation issues in greater depth with broader stakeholder engagement to help set up the new agency leadership to be successful. Additionally, the state is in the process of applying for a federal extension grant that would provide additional funding and resources for 3 years to successfully transition and implement the proposed changes to these programs. The proposed changes before you elevate leadership, establish a framework and a foundation for which the state may build upon to provide better services to children and families. Thank you for your consideration and time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Senator Cost and Becca Steinhoff to provide a few additional comments.
Senator Cost, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Senate and House. I better get that correct. I'm here to just give you a little bit of an insight on the program and hopefully help you to better understand how this bill is going to work with efficiency and effective use of the programs. The task force was asked to look at all the programs and as a group make a decision of the most effective way and efficiently run the programs. In looking at doing, let me try that again. In looking at doing nothing, creating a new department, there were 3 options: doing nothing, creating a new department, or consolidation. Doing nothing would be to do everything the way as it is currently, and that just doesn't make sense. A new department obviously would be more expensive, more parts, and that just isn't going to fly. And consolidation was the end result of everybody in there having their say and making a decision. It was a large group. Everybody was represented, and the final results came through very well. This was not a one-time meet. We started in June with meetings. We worked our way through the summer and into the fall. going through talking about the pros, the cons, all of the different things that would enter with the different suggestions. And then we looked at, okay, what if we did this? What if we did that? As we went through that process, it was finally down to, okay, consolidation seemed to be the main positive benefit for everybody. In a vote, consolidation was the one everybody chose to go with. Then it was a decision as, okay, what are we going to consolidate to? And so then ultimately it was, excuse me, narrowed down to the two groups that Lachelle has talked about. Continuity, collaboration, opportunities provided by the entities involved, elimination of duplication, and better connection with less confusion for families all come out of this opportunity. This just makes sense that 3 through 21 age people will now have consistency in the IDA and the moving forward of their growth and betterment, so that these young people will become successful and be prepared for their futures in our state. Along with that, the families will also have better communication and connection with those services that best provide them with their needs. It just makes sense to go to these two groups instead of 4, the duplication, all of the confusion that was in there. So without taking any more of your time, I am also open to any questions you may have, but I hope you see this as a true benefit, and that in the long run, all of these groups after the transition are going to be much more successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Cost. Further discussion?
I'll jump in if I may, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Becca, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, my name is Becca Steinhoff. I currently chair the Governor's Early Childhood State Advisory Council, where I serve as a representative of the John P. L. Bogan Foundation. And I too am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I would be remiss if I didn't begin this address by acknowledging that children's relationships, environments, and experiences in their first 5 years of life have a profound impact on their long-term outcomes. Science is unequivocal that healthy development in the early years provides the building blocks for educational achievement, economic productivity, responsible citizenship, lifelong health, and strong communities. As Lachelle indicated, our state lags significantly behind others in their coordinated effort to organize a system that enriches the experiences of families who raise children in Wyoming. We can and should do better. This is the third bill I've seen in front of this legislative body in the last decade to do this work. This process, however, has been different than those that have attempted to tackle it in the past, and it has been intentionally so. For this work to be successful, we knew that we needed thoughtful leadership and engagement from the governor's office, the legislature, stakeholders, and partners. We have had incredible support from Lachelle, Jennifer Davis, and others at the governor's office, as well as Senator Cost. A 21-person task force committed significant time and thought to reflection and deliberation. Members of that task force represented state agencies, community programs like Head Starts, CDCs, school districts, home and center-based childcare, families, and others. I feel fortunate to have been one of the 21. The task force was charged to consider the multiple parts and pieces of a system that may serve each of Wyoming's young children and their families. We know this system is profoundly rooted in relationships across settings and sectors and 4 different state agencies. This is a system that we endeavored not just to change, but to engage in a meaningful way so we could collectively enrich the experiences of families and their young children. This work was about all children and all families, not those children in that program, not their children or those families, but all children and all families. The task force did not begin their conversation by thinking about structure and change. They thought about capacities and policies and practices. The group identified key principles and core functions that Wyoming's early childhood governance structure should uphold and achieve. Notably, the 4 core functions, as noted in the report, are money management, engaging and supporting families, supporting professionals, and communicating about early childhood development in the system. We hope you will agree that these are essential. With the principles, they became the tenet for the task force's dialogue and decision-making. It is in pursuit of serving all children and of strengthening a system to effectively perform those core functions that these recommendations are delivered to you today. Importantly, the interim update and recommendations are not final. The task force update does not speak to all of the issues that are ahead. Ambiguity and unanswered questions remain. We have heard from and expect to continue to hear from individuals and programs across the state as we circulate this interim update and recommendations. In particular, we know that our local early intervention programs, the child development centers, have concerns about the possibilities for changes to their programs that may result from these recommendations. We have otherwise received positive feedback from many others who serve in different settings and sectors. All feedback has been shared and will be heard by the task force, and this ongoing process will continue to evolve. The task force will meet again on December 5th. Lachelle indicated that a long and thoughtful transition will be necessary for change to be successful. To answer questions, to dig into the details. We are not engaged in this work to move the silos closer together or to move challenges and barriers from one agency to the next. This process begins with alignment and consolidation, but it does not end there. We have a great deal of work yet to do, and we hope to do it together. Let me illuminate then why we share with you today if these recommendations are not final. First, we hope to educate you and others about the task force's process and recommendations to date. Secondly, we hope to sustain this momentum for our work with young children and their families. And third, we would like to help you understand that the legislature has a policy role in helping us strengthen this system to enrich the experiences of the families who choose to access it. Thank you for your leadership and your consideration. And as Lachelle and Senator Cost said, we welcome your questions and insights.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. You can take over now.
Oh, thank you. I was going to let you finish up, so you're good.
Well, fine. Okay, let's take questions. Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is to either RJ or, well, anyone who wants to answer it. My concern is I hear numbers 3 through 21. When we talk about early childhood education, why are we going past age 5, and why are we going so young as 3? And then what are you planning to do with a 3-year-old? Help me understand that, because I think of different things when I think of going into a home and educating a child as young as 3. What is the process? What kind of education are you talking about? Thank you.
Whoever would like to answer that, go ahead. Becca, do you want to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Hutchings. When we talk about 3 through 21, that's with respect to some of the special education conversation around services that school districts are tasked to provide, or the Department of Education is tasked to provide. So that age range is specific to those services. When we talk generally about early childhood, we think about before birth through age 8. And so that becomes the time frame that we're looking at before birth, because we know that the prenatal period is a critical foundation for a healthy birth and a foundation for what's ahead. And we talk through 3rd grade because we understand that the experiences that children have in those early years for language and literacy affect 3rd grade reading, which have a long-term impact on their educational achievement and outcomes. So the work here is systemic in nature, which means there are several programs that are a part of this work for young children and families. Wyoming is one of a handful of states that does not provide state-funded preschool. at this point. So there's not a statewide mandate or system for the education of young children. Parents have the option to work with programs in their communities, some of which are school districts, to access those services. In particular, we know that there are a lot of families who access childcare, and so childcare for children birth through age 13 is a component of the system that currently sits in the Department of Family Services, and it will remain there in this bill. And so about 70% of our children have all of their parents in the workforce, which means that they need somewhere else to be during the day. And we hope that that is in a licensed or exempt facility that is providing care and education for them. There are also those home visiting services that you speak of through a variety of providers at the community level, and families elect to take that opportunity and invite those home visitors into their space. And so there are a myriad of programs to choose from that fit in this space, all of which families have a great deal of choice to access at this point. Does that help clarify?
Yes, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, thank you for taking over chairmanship and getting us back on time. I appreciate you. Second of all, I wanted to make a very public statement here. I was asked very early on to join this working group, and unfortunately, I was not able to make a single one of the meetings. However, I did review every single piece of information that came through my inbox. And what I can tell you is this working group did phenomenal work. They tackled some of the hardest things that I have seen this. I mean, they really hit it hard. And this you're talking a consortium of people that probably would not have gotten together and done this. So my severe thanks to the three of you for doing this, and my apologies for not making a single one of the meetings. So I'm glad that Senator Cost was here, because he knew exactly what was going on and was able to do this. So I would urge this body to really take a hard look at this when it comes forward, when Josh brings this bill forward. I just don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to support this. I really don't. I won't say all, but I would say a good majority of the concerns have been addressed, and it's in large part to the three individuals that have brought this forward and their work with all the stakeholders at hand here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say thank you. And again, thank you for getting us back on time.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll actually just follow up a bit from Representative Brown and say this is an exceptional job. I know that while it looks like it might have been a task force that has been in existence for 6 months, this is a decade in the making. And Becca, you said there were 3 bills. My guess is that there were a whole lot of other drafts over this past decade as well. And you've done a really thoughtful job in terms of getting people together in order to come up with this draft. I'm going to have a couple of suggested amendments that honestly go, and I thank you, Lachelle, for bringing up the recalibration report, going to the recalibration report and what maybe else we can tweak just a little bit. But my question for you is, I know we're going to hear from the CDCs who will push back in different ways, and we already have some of those email messages, but I just would like to make, I'd like you to make clear that the agency directors of the 4 agencies that are implicated here, that they are wholly on board and enthusiastic. I'd like to hear enthusiasm for this move. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Mr. Chairman.
Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, I can speak to that and let you know that we did meet with agency directors separately from the task force very early on, invited all of them to attend all of the meetings, as they all have very busy schedules, sometimes had to send representatives. But yes, they are on board. And I do believe that they agree that it's time for Wyoming to move forward with a more coordinated, efficient system, and that we really need greater leadership in Wyoming for these programs. So I think they are all willing to work collectively together through this transition to make sure that they support one another through these through the next year and upcoming months. And so to answer your question, yes, they are all on board with these changes. The one change that I believe Josh will talk about when you walk through the bill that was kind of an oversight, I guess, is that we didn't intend on moving the public health nurses from the Department of Health. And so I just want to make sure that you know that there will be an amendment to leave those public health nurses in the Department of Health because they have other responsibilities other than home visiting. So they would be contracted from the Department of Family Services for that work. So that those staff would actually remain in the Department of Health, but the program would move to the Department of Family Services.
Okay, other questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I commend the work. I have to say, this might be for Lachelle or for Senator Cost. I guess one of the first things that comes to mind, given the track record on this front, a couple of years ago, we understood a lot of concern on the part of some of these entities at being affiliated with the Department of Education. That's nothing against the superintendent or any of her people. It's just that public education can be big and all-encompassing and fairly bureaucratic. I think one of the concerns that's always been there is the autonomy of some of these units, like our child development centers. Is there any concern, and did you guys talk about the fact that these development centers would then essentially be answering to a school district? And is there any concern that those will just simply go away and become part of the school district?
Mr. Chairman.
Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, yes, those concerns have been expressed as we've heard throughout the years. In my remarks, I think I stated that just because we're moving Part C to the Department of Education does not mean that school districts will take over their programs. They still have the opportunity for that autonomy to occur within their communities. And as far as the funding structure, again, the funding does not need to change. It can remain as it currently does and is distributed through the Department of Health. The Department of Education can serve as that IEU or LEA to distribute those funds to the CDCs. So that doesn't need to change. And so I think that that has caused the direction in the past to change. I think we've addressed those concerns over time. And while I understand there's a need to maintain autonomy, I also think there is a great benefit with where the state is economically for school districts and these child development centers to leverage the resources that school districts do receive, not to have the school districts overtake the program, but to utilize and share better relationships. And I also just want to point out, it also provides the legislature some opportunity, as was suggested in the management audit reports to you, that the state gives these program funds, and there should be accountability, not just from the federal government, but there should be some accountability at the state level for these programs. And I do think it provides an opportunity to align the data that is really disjointed between the Department of Health and the Department of Education. And they themselves, I think, pointed that out in 2018 in that report and agreed with that we need to do better with data and we need to do better with coordination. And I do think it allows opportunity for those child development centers that maybe in the past wasn't seen before now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lachelle. Appreciate that.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember probably about 8 years ago when I was at a committee, education committee, where there was the chairman said how many millions of dollars that the state of Wyoming spent on pre-K programs, and I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was close to about $100 million, and we had no idea what it was. I also remember when we brought the 4 departments there and they wanted to liberate their programs on the Department of Education, and the education chairman at that time says, oh, it's like handing a puppy to an unsuspecting person. So I really applaud with what's going on now to where that you have plans on transition and knowing what's going on. The question that I have is how much of this is state funds and how much of it is federal dollars, and what portion of that is, I guess, private funds also, and how much is of the programs that you're talking are matched by the state, by a federal program? Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to answer that?
Mr. Chairman.
Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, I'll do my best to address that, but I will tell you that part of the recommendation for this consolidation and move is because the state has struggled throughout the years to identify what all of the funding streams that we receive from the federal government and that we receive from the state. And that is somewhat still a challenge. And so I would say to you that I can't provide you all of those details today, but I would certainly be happy to provide some of that for what we do have and know, and after a later date.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Freeman. The significant majority of programs, especially those that are a part of this move or are staying put as a part of the slate, receive both federal and state dollars, some just federal. The only program that is funded with just state general funds at this point is the Wyoming Quality Counts program that currently lives in the Department of Family Services or Workforce Services and would move to Family Services. It has 2 components. One of which is a public engagement opportunity for families to learn about child growth and development. And the other is a series of scholarship and training grants available to early childhood educators. And so the other programs that you see are federal to state and then oftentimes to local, but we can certainly provide those numbers to you.
Okay, other questions?
Thank you.
Representative Piperinen.
Thank you, Representative Coe. Just had a couple questions. My first one is, I went through my whole folder here and I've not been able to find this bill draft. Was that put in the folder?
That's a good question. I'd have to ask Josh. Josh, are you available? Matt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was not. And it was emailed out after the packet due to the timing of the request of the bill draft. And so we will bring it online when we go through the bill for members so they can see it. But you should have an electronic copy through the meeting materials that we've referenced in several emails.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wish I'd have had that earlier so I could have taken that to our early childhood providers and visit with people in my school district. One other question I have, is this truly just a consolidation and efficiency effort and that there will be no growth in any state government?
Who'd like to answer? Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Piperinen, yes, you are correct. This does not recommend any growth of any programs. It's simply moving programs to find actually efficiencies within them. So yeah, while I think the task force really would like a new agency for the Office of Early Learning, or that's just not possible. We recognize that for the state to stand something new up at this time.
Mr. Chair, if I may add.
Becca, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Piperinen. A conversation that the task force had was about that very question. what would be the long-term impact of beginning this work. And so Lachelle is right when she says that the intent now is to consolidate and find ways to use the money that does exist better. And the task force has been quite clear that they would not be comfortable standing in front of the legislature with a request for additional dollars until we could say that we had maximized the use of the dollars that do exist. And we know right now we're not doing that. And so this gives us an opportunity, as I said, not just to bring those pieces together, but to really thoughtfully consider the way that we can blend and braid that funding in a way that maximizes the use of those dollars for the children and families who can access programs, and in a way that still honors the work that's being carried out in our local communities, which is where we know children are building relationships with programs that support their healthy growth and development. So this really is an opportunity for us to think about how we do more with what we have. And in the long run, there may be opportunities to return to this body. But for now, the conversation is very much about bringing these pieces together so that we can use the dollars that exist in a more meaningful and impactful way for children.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Follow up, and then I'll go to Senator Cost.
Okay, 2 questions. A few years ago, we had a group that looked at government efficiencies. Is this consolidation part of their recommendation, or was this brought up then? And number 2, if this all goes to the Department of Education, will that become part of the structural deficit that we're looking at right now? Will we see that deficit balloon because of assuming these additional responsibilities?
Would like to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Piperinen, I served on the Efficiency Commission, and I don't believe that these recommendations came from Alvarez and Marcel's report or recommendations. They did address K through 12 school districts, but early childhood programs were not a part of that report.
And Mr. Chairman,
Representative Piperinen.
I was just curious if the consolidation goes over to the Department of Ed with the structural deficit we're looking at right now, will that enhance that deficit and we'll see higher numbers because it's under the Department of Ed, or will that be a neutral thing?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Piperinen, no, it won't become a part of the deficit that the Department of Education or the school foundation account. These programs, as I suggested, are federally funded programs that we're talking about that are moving to the Department of Education. Head Start is a federally funded program. Part B 619 and Part C are also federally funded programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Any other questions? Senator Hutchings. Oh, I keep forgetting about Senator Cost, but go ahead, Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question I'll address to Senator Cost just real quick. Is the only reason we're doing this is because we're not like other states? We don't have this early development program. And if we move it from one department to the other, are we not doing something in essence already with the workforce services, or are they just totally mute on this subject, if that makes sense?
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I wanted to say, and then I'm going to refer that question to either Lachelle or Becca because they'll have better knowledge on that than I do at this time. But I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that throughout all of the meetings, I made it very clear to the task force that if there was any possible funding increases, we would not be open to it in the Senate or the House because of the struggles we're going through. So they were very clear from the beginning that this is not something to create more budget or whatever. They knew that this is just merely a consolidation for more efficient and effective programs. And it also eliminates that duplication and all, which kind of answers what Senator Hutchins was talking to or referring to. But at this time, I'd let Lachelle or Becca talk a little more informed on that.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And for Senator Cost, you know, having spent your professional career in our public school system, and a noted career it was, I'm just curious about your thoughts with regard to the maintenance of autonomy for some of these development centers. The reason I keep asking that is that they're really some of the bright spots of what we have going on. Not everywhere, but certainly in some of our communities, they do extraordinary work. And my reservation is just on that front. I don't want to disrupt something that's really working. If it's working, I don't want to fix it. Any thoughts about that, Senator Cost?
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon, I do have some thoughts on that. As I was working in the curriculum office, we also worked with the liaison between the preschools and the younger kids in our district, as well as the K through 12. And the problem we had was the communication and the effective IDEA finding of students that are need when they're 3 to 5. The Title 18, or I should say IDA 619, let me get it right, is called student find, and that's for students that are special ed or in need of assistances, and that a lot of times was just not very effective, and there was a need for people to get together, collaborate, and work on that much more efficiently. The whole purpose of this is to eliminate duplication and to make sure that what we're doing is communicated and collaboratively effective throughout, so you have a continuation that's very successful. There are some places in the state, like you say, that do a very good job of it. There are others that struggle with it. But if we're under one umbrella, it makes sense that all of that communication and collaboration will be effective to create a much more, well, the opportunities and everything else will just be that much more enhanced. So I see it as a very definite positive move. I'm not sure why. My biggest question, even when we first started the task force, was I never could understand why they were separated in the beginning for the years that I was working on it. This just makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Other questions? Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Ellis.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's been mentioned that we've been working on this for several years, and I remember, you know, voting for it and then voting against it. And that's always an unfortunate thing when you find yourself having pause after you start seeing something in a different way. And at the time, I remember, you know, these programs ended up in Department of Health because traditionally, when we think of children who have learning needs, it's because of some kind of physical disability. But as we're seeing a lot of the, you know, after touring my CDCs in Cheyenne, these facilities are really dealing with kids with some severe emotional issues, and it's not just the physical. And so I think that's where the mentality of, you know, it should be housed as a Department of Health program versus a different agency started to shift. And that to me makes a lot of sense. But I think where I had some pause last time was, what is the end game? Is this really just a consolidation, or is there something more to it? And during our last round of this, I thought that I had heard there was more. There's another plan after this, that somehow school districts would have more control over, you know, early childhood learning. And we're just not quite set up for that. And so I just want some assurance that this is it, and there's not some other agenda beyond this that we're unaware of or not being told about.
Mr. Chair.
Becca, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Ellis. And I would just be clear that this truly is an effort to consolidate. I think there are a lot of things that the state could do to support young children and families. And in that space, I would ask the state to be really thoughtful in building the capacity of the community programs who do that work. I think before we embarked on any sort of future investment or programmatic change, we would need to be really thoughtful about the community conditions and the structures that would be affected for that. And that has not been, nor do we intend it to be, part of this conversation. This really is intended to look at that system and say, how can we strengthen this system so that families who choose to access it have a more positive experience when they do that? And in doing that, how then can we use extra dollars to build the capacity of the programs and the individuals who are serving children in our communities? And so the end game is as simple as it seems at this point. And so there are, I think, other conversations that have happened in terms of recalibration or thinking about what else the state could do. But at this point, the work of the Early Childhood State Advisory Council is leveraging the federal dollars that we hope will come to the state for the planning effort that we carried out this year, and then into implementation for hopefully 3 years that begin in 2021. And at that point, we are looking at building capacity and infrastructure that allows us to carry this work forward without knowing that what that ask would be. So we are beginning with the systems level conversation to really coordinate and align and do better with what exists, because we know that is possible, and there is great work that can be done in communities simply through this meaningful governance change.
Mr. Chairman.
Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, I would just add one thing to that is, I think just try to imagine yourself as a parent trying to navigate across 4 agencies at the state level. And as I suggested earlier, it's been very difficult to leverage the funds that we do receive because it is very fragmented. And I think for years, Wyoming's been lucky that we haven't been in a place that we really do need to look closely. If we don't have state funded preschool, how can we leverage these federal dollars across agencies? And how can we help families navigate and provide better information without all of the overlap and of these incoherent programs?
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up?
Follow-up, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just trying to understand the concerns of the CDCs who maybe aren't on board with this legislation. And looking at the draft, I mean, we're giving I think the state or the Department of Ed the ability to establish minimum standards and approve policies and procedures for programs. And so I think there is some things and there's some language in that bill that's causing that concern. So I'd be curious to know if you're going to fall on your sword to keep that language in there, or if we decide to soften this a little bit, if it's still a positive step forward. But I think when you read the bill and you see language like that, maybe that's what's driving some of that fear.
Mr. Chairman.
Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I think we're very open to your feedback on this bill. But what I would tell you that most states do have early learning standards, which I think Wyoming is lacking and could really benefit from. But it might be down the road from this bill that's established through maybe the next three years of this next federal grant and implementation. But I think Becca probably could speak to the necessity for Wyoming to look at actually implementing standards.
Mr. Chair.
Becca, go ahead.
Thank you. And Senator Ellis, there are some things that I think the state can do in terms of having standards or setting a level of high quality basics that we want from programs in terms of where young children are spending their time. And there are a variety of programs that already sit in that space. Childcare licensing establishes basic health and safety standards for individuals who are caring for children other than their own. And then we have a myriad of other programs that actually achieve far higher standards than those childcare licensing. And some of those are our CDCs and our Head Start programs, and others who opt in to do some additional work on their quality improvement work. At this point, the federal government is also really hoping that states will establish early learning standards or something similar to that, that at minimum say, this is what we know about how children grow and learn and develop. And there's a health component to that, as you acknowledged, and that there's also a behavior and a social emotional component. So when we think about learning and establishing what that looks like, part of this is to say that we are intending to do work differently, that isn't just sitting down and doing worksheets and making sure that children know their ABCs. And so if we talk with any kindergarten teacher, they'll tell you that the most important thing we can do in early childhood is establish that foundation of behavior that sets children up for success later on. And so part of what we're hoping to do is just educate the workforce and educate families about what a high quality early learning environment should look like, and the sorts of relationships and environments and experiences that really set our children up for success. With that in mind, I think we can be really flexible about the language. The intent of this bill is not to, it's not a power grab or a movement of programs. And so we don't want this to be a thing that CDCs fear in terms of what might happen. And so we know that there are unanswered questions there, and that we need to do what we can to provide assurances that allow those local programs who've been established for 50 years to continue to do that work. And we are mindful of that. We have heard their voices, and part of this work is saying, how do we coordinate this work at the state level in a way that supports and honors what communities have been doing for far longer. And so I think we may have some work to do to strengthen the language in the bill to get there, but I know the task force is committed to striking that balance and making sure that we are coordinating and aligning that state system in a meaningful way that ultimately allows communities and families to function in a way that benefits children. And so if there are recommendations to that from this body or from our partners, we are open to hearing those and look forward to making this language as strong as it needs to be to really get to the impact that we all desire.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis.
Just one thought. I mean, I think that I've been approached by an entity who was talking about the fact that in Wyoming, we don't require daycares to have insurance we have really weak requirements when it comes to ensuring if a child's hurt at a home health facility or home daycare facility. And so I don't know how this all kind of plays out. So if you have a CDC and then all of a sudden they're kind of under the umbrella of the Department of Ed, and the Department of Ed's like, well, we require our schools to have insurance. And of course, we're going to make sure the CDCs have to have that kind of insurance. Like, I'm just trying to think through all those little issues where they're not all of a sudden changing the playing field of which they operate isn't changing. So you don't need to respond to it, but like an example like that, I would just want to make sure that's those.
Okay.
I think I was on mute that whole time, Mr. Chairman, was I? No, sorry, it's late in the day.
No, you weren't on mute, Senator Ellis.
Maybe I should have been.
Nice job. Other questions? Other questions? Okay. I'm going to defer back to Chairman Northrop for the bill. Chairman Northrop, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Coe. So who's going to do the bill with us? Who wants to present the bill? Josh, I believe that was you, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I will walk you guys through the bill. I think, you already heard from the previous three presenters, I think, pretty good detail of what's in the bill. So I'll just walk you through the structure of it real quickly here. And I believe
have public comment first.
Yes, we probably should do public comment first. Thank you, Representative Freeman. All right. Karen, we're going to move into public comment. I see Leslie Rush.
We're going to miss Representative Freeman keeping us in line here.
Yeah, I know. Leslie, It's your floor. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. I recognize I may be the only thing standing between you and dinner, so I'm going to make it short and sweet. My name is Leslie Rush. I serve as interim dean for the College of Education at UW, having replaced Ray Reitzel after his retirement in June of 2020. I've been a faculty member in the College of Education since 2002 and an administrator at UW since 2012. In light of the early childhood topic on your agenda today, I just wanted to take a brief opportunity to inform the members of the JEC that early childhood education faculty members from the College of Education have been working hard with some of our faculty members in Human Development and Family Sciences from UW's College of Agriculture and Natural Resources to propose a new bachelor's degree in early childhood education. This 4-year degree program would be offered both through distance and on the Laramie campus. It would prepare completers to receive licensure to teach infants and children birth to age 8 through the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board. So currently, final touches are being put on that feasibility study for this degree program proposal with the hope of receiving feedback from campus entities and then taking the program proposal to the UW Board of Trustees once that feedback has been received and used to influence the proposal, of course. It's our hope to continue the process of collaborating with our community college colleagues to ensure smooth transfer for students, and also our hope that this program will assist with workforce development for early childhood educational settings across the state. Really, that's all I wanted to just inform you about. Thank you for the opportunity to provide that information, and I'm happy to stand for questions about that or any other topics.
Leslie, you like the bill?
I do like the bill. I like the idea of efficiency. Yes.
Any other questions from the committee?
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman,
Mr. Ellis.
briefly, Leslie, over email, no need to reply today, but will you provide us with a timeline of just, or a brief update of what's going on with the College of Ed with its dean search, what the timeline might be, interviewing candidates, that kind of thing? I'm just kind of curious, and I have some questions I'd like to follow up when some of that dust is settled. So if you don't mind just emailing us that information, it'd be great.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Leslie.
I'm happy to provide that by email, or I can give you an update now if that would be preferable.
Email would be better. It'll be in writing. We'll be able to refer back.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, very good. Kathy Connolly, I'm sorry, Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Rush, just a quick question. When did you say that this early childhood education degree program would start, and when would we expect the first cohort to graduate?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Connolly and Mr. Chair. Currently, what we're looking at is starting in fall of 22. So that would give us some time to build some new courses and things like that before we have students starting the program. It is a 4-year degree program, but if we have students transferring from community colleges with some good advising, we could probably imagine a couple of years before we would see graduates from the program. I would say a couple of years at a minimum before we would see graduates.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, we're going to go on to Pat Sweeney. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I won't take long, but I first want to thank the two co-chairs. You're both going to be sorely missed, and Representative Piperina and I will miss the spitballs in the back of my head from sitting behind me, keeping me awake. And you will truly be missed, my brother. And Representative Freeman, you're definitely going to be also missed. Mr. Chairman and committee, I come to you today and in the end would ask you to take a hard look at this bill. I don't think it's anywhere near ready. And a few things that I'd like to point out to you really from the task force report is one of the things is I'm a little concerned at the makeup of the committee, and how many stakeholders really were at the table. These are the folks that, you know, from your CDCs, Head Start, all of those programs that are in the trenches dealing with the situations and working on that. The funding element and efficiencies, I am truly asking if there will be any, because if you look at the funding model currently of just the CDCs, in comparison to the Department of Education, when we're seeing the CDCs funded at roughly $6,900 to $8,400 per student versus your school districts at $18,000 to $20,000 per student. How are you looking to make those differences up if the CDCs now are going to be under our school districts in the Department of Education? So I'm curious how that is actually going to work, because our CDCs can't afford, they've already taken in this first round a 22% haircut. I know that from questioning during labor health, those questions. So we're leading them down the line into the Department of Education that we know is, Pete Barina is absolutely correct on the structural deficit. So and then also to the funding, just from the very first page, I guess I can't get it on camera, but there is general fund dollars involved in the funding model that are involved here in the existing funding model. It's not all federal funds. It's all not from the Department of Health. There are also general funds, which the very front page of the task force report points out on the different portions. And, you know, also in the funding, if it goes to the Department of Education on oversight with our CDCs, if our school districts do pick up those contracts, because with the legislation, the way I read it, once that goes into effect, basically they're no longer valid contracts after July 1st, I believe it is, of 2022. And so if they go under the Department of Education, how likely are they to get their good citizens? I know in Casper, in particular, the community donors are substantial to keep our facilities running and to provide services. That's part of the factor that we have to consider. And you know, I'm perplexed during the pandemic when their numbers are down. Their staffing is down, because I know our center has 25 staff members that are currently out. Some of them have been infected, some are on quarantine. But why do we have to do this right now in the midst of the pandemic? And others will say, why not now? But I am asking you, why does this have to take place right now? Our CDCs in particular have served our communities, and in particular, ours has been in existence over 50 years. And I am concerned. I am concerned. If you go to page 7 of the bill, the state superintendent shall be the state authority for early childhood education programs. And as the new language is in there on page 7 and 8, I'm concerned. I think it was Senator Ellis asked how long would it take to put the rules and the standards together. You heard testimony this morning on suicide prevention, that we've been working at this for, I believe it was 9 years, 10 years. And the shall and the may were very good questions. And so again, why are we rushing into this right now? Representative Peperinen asked a question on consolidation. And I think that was a very good point. And will it make the structural deficit balloon? I've got to tell you that I believe in my heart that yes, it is going to add, in my mind, to the structural deficit, even though this isn't going to be in effect until 22. I think it's problematic to put this into the Department of Education right now. Someone else, I think it was Senator Landon, asked if it's not broken, why are we doing this? And I would ask the question, and truly, is this going to provide efficiencies as we know it, or are we going to totally disrupt the systems that we have in place that, in my mind, are working very effectively? And it's a different animal than the Department of Education is truly working with when you're looking at birth through the age of 5 between Part B and Part C. So, and I do believe, I truly believe that the CDCs and Head Start voices have been heard. But to what extent? I think in closing, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I think there's more work to be done. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but I would continue with the work. If that means laying the bill back or tabling it until there's further work into next year, so be it. Or if we turn this back and not continue with the bill until some of these other moving parts are addressed, and how long will the rule making take? How long will the standards take? I've been frustrated that it's going to take 5 years to get our computer science up and running. And that was, my first experience in the legislature 4 years ago. And why should some of these things take the amount of time to develop the curriculum And so are we looking at the same issues? If nothing against the Department of Education and our superintendent, who I think do a great job, but we have seen instances just in my short time in the legislature. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence, and I had meant to go at the end of public testimony, but I do have another commitment at 5:30, and no, it's not dinner. It's an executive committee I sit on. So, but I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and again, you gentlemen will be sorely missed by myself tremendously, and the state, and appreciate it. And I think you've done great work, Chairman Northrup, and even in spite of, co-chairman Coe sleeping half the time. So.
Is there any questions for Representative Sweeney? Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on with public comment. Go to Tricia. Tricia, it's all yours, yes. I'm not gonna even try your last name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tricia Wynot, and I am the Executive Director of Stride Learning Center. We are the CDC for Laramie County, Region 12. I began my work at Stride after teaching elementary school for years and receiving my early childhood special ed. I moved to Stride and began my work in 1992. So I've been around for a while. And for decades, the state has had the discussions regarding the CDC system and where does it belong in our state government. And I remember the puppy years. I remember all of that because this has been an important topic. And unfortunately, we keep kicking the can down the road. I'm emphatically in favor, please, of moving the existing regional CDC system to Department of Education. This bill allows for the EIEP unit from Department of Health to move into the Wyoming Department of Education. The proposed move to the Wyoming Department of Ed will not change any circumstances for us locally. The CDCs are contracted to provide IDEA education services for both Part C and Part B 619, children birth through age 5. We are an educational program, first and foremost. We just have a lot of people overseeing us. We do have our monitoring already from Wyoming Department of Ed, because essentially that's where the buck stops. But we also have governance from Wyoming Department of Health. And we have a little bit from Department of Family Services for our licensure. All of that set aside, we are education. Birth through 5 are mandated for IDEA, special education related service provision services. That's what we're paid for. That's what we're contracted to do. And that's what we do. And we do an excellent job. All the CDCs do. And I think that's the wonderful thing that I've heard over and over in the discussion, that everybody does like our CDCs. That's wonderful. What we need is what this bill will allow. It will provide consistent, accurate, appropriate, nuanced guidance from the decision makers to the CDCs across the state. The good individuals in the EIEP unit who now administer the program, they deserve the full support of WDE. This bill is the opportunity to fix issues of efficiency, governance, and eliminate inequity in Wyoming. Wyoming Department of Ed is the agency with the expertise necessary to provide guidance on any aspect of IDEA law or general education. If the educational services for our very young ones are one of our top priorities, the only agency that meets these requirements is the Wyoming Department of Education. It's time. It's been 30 years plus. We do have Wyoming Early Foundations. We do have that. It's all right if someday down the road we get standards. Our children deserve it. We need that if we're ever going to close the gap. We talk constantly about our kids that come in delayed and disabled. When they get to kindergarten, we don't want to maintain that gap. We want to close it. We want them age ready for kindergarten. And we do that, and we can continue to do it with the support of Wyoming Department of Ed. Thank you all for your time, your hard work, the opportunity to voice my support. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Tricia? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Stride is in my district. I've spent some time visiting with Tricia. I just want to thank you for all your hard work and everything you do to improve the lives of so many kids in Cheyenne. Your work is really important. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Thank you for caring, and thank you for coming and taking the time to visit.
Thank you. Any other further questions for Tricia?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for Ms. Wynot. And it gets at the efficiency. And obviously one of the things we're trying to do at this point in time is make our dollars go further while still hopefully improving early childhood education. I think everybody on this committee recognizes the importance of early childhood education and the fact that if anything, we should be spending more money on it than we are right now, but we're struggling to get those funds available. So with regard to efficiency, do you feel that the passage of this bill would lead to higher quality early childhood education in the state of Wyoming for either the same amount of money or for less dollars?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, yes, sir, I do, without a doubt. It only makes sense that the Department of Ed, with all of their expertise, be the one that we can call to and ask for guidance. We do now, but it has to go through Department of Health first. Department of Health may or may not have to check with Department of Ed on some different issues. They get back to us. It's just so convoluted and it makes no sense. Also, Department of Ed has so many other kinds of trainings and resources that we could tap into at no further cost to the state. But if we were part of them, part of that family, our children would be looked at and our centers would be considered real educational places, real schools. We are real schools. We have licensed teachers, licensed speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, registered RNs. We have it all. We are just this island floating out there, and we need to be pulled under and have the Department of Ed govern us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Wynot. I appreciate that testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. If any committee members have to take off, please leave your proxy with Matt Wilmarth, would you please? All right, we're going to go to Janine Cole. Janine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. I guess it's into evening. My name is Janine Cole. I'm retired from the Wyoming Department of Education after serving 30 years, first at the Wyoming School for the Deaf, and then at outreach programs for deaf and hard of hearing. I now, in my retirement job, I work at Stride Learning Center. I'm a teacher of the deaf, and I'm an early childhood special education teacher. And Stride is the child development center that holds the state contract for serving students in Laramie County. And I currently serve both Part C and Part B. So I serve newborn through age 5. I guess I have somewhat of a unique viewpoint, having worked both for the department and currently as a regional child development center. The work at the department often led to not only working with school districts, but going into various child development centers as well. In my career at the department, we worked closely with early intervention programs due to the responsibility that we had to ensure that students from age 3 through 21 receive a free and appropriate public education. And I think with my experience, my knowledge of the system, and I guess in a way now being in the trenches, I'm happy to strongly support this bill. The WDE has the general supervision oversight requirement for students within the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act for ages 3 to 21 because they're the state education agency. And I think the idea that there's a subsection of this vulnerable group that is separated from the whole just doesn't make, it doesn't make any sense to me. I have firsthand experience of working through a middleman, and that's done, I've seen the program, I guess, on both sides. The WDE, with the addition of the individuals who are currently at the Behavioral Health Department, would connect and have the expertise and staff that's needed to support our 0 to 5 population, especially our students with disabilities. I think that there's this fear, or maybe it's a misconception, that this bill would guarantee the dismantling of the regional child development centers. And my reading of the bill does not support that conclusion. I read a bill that would appropriately support students with disabilities by utilizing existing organizations so that we would have truly a seamless system in Wyoming. And I really, really strongly believe that this is a wonderful opportunity for our child development centers. It's a great opportunity for communication with our school districts. And most importantly, I think it's beneficial to our students and families. And I really, really, truly believe it's long overdue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Janine. Questions for Janine? Anybody? All right. Thank you,
Thanks.
Janine. You bet. We're going to move on to Alicia Roan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Karen, can you let in the other CDC individuals, Jamie Stein and Davey Huff? They will be presenting with me on behalf of Child Development Services, which makes up 10 regions of the CDCs. And that's who will be speaking on behalf today. Thank you, Karen. Thanks so much. And thank you to this committee for allowing us to give some different remarks, I guess, on this bill. And again, we will try and be quick as well. I feel bad that you're hearing this at the end of the day, but I think it's very important that you all hear our concerns with this bill. Mr. Chairman, would it be okay if I shared my screen?
Yes.
Thanks. I put together a PowerPoint for you all to see because I think it best gives you some of the numbers and things that we are dealing with as child development centers in the other regions. And again, I'm speaking on behalf of 10, along with Jamie Stein and Davey Huff. So my name is Alicia Roan. I'm the Executive Director of the Child Development Center in Natrona County. And I'll just show my presentation. We'll be quick again. I shared this story with the Labor and Health Committee last week and wanted to share it with all of you as well, because I think it really depicts what the CDCs do. And so I want you to meet Braden. Braden is diagnosed with Cornelia de Lange syndrome, Pierre Robin sequence, radial ray syndrome, microcephaly, cleft palate, moderate to severe hearing loss in his right ear, severe hearing loss in his left ear, and visual impairment. We've worked with Braden since he was an infant in the Part C program, and now Braden is in our Part B program. As you can see, Braden doesn't have any forearms or fingers. So CDC has been utilizing his strengths, which are his feet, to communicate. This past month, Braden reached a huge developmental milestone by recognizing that if he presses on a switch, which is the communication device that you see there, it speaks for him. He can now communicate his needs with us. He now uses the communication devices with his feet to say, "Hi, my name is Braden. I'm hungry," or "go" to make the car go around. We can now support Braden with his needs through him communicating with us through his feet. This is something that Braden's parents and physicians never thought he would be able to do, and they attribute Braden's progress to early intervention.
Braden is also getting robotic arms in the next couple of weeks. So we will be giving Braden therapy and learning how to use his robotic arms in the CDC. So again, the CDCs are in 14 regions. Currently, we're serving, or our last count, which was December 1 of 2019, was 1,207 infants in Part C and 2,438 3 to 5 year olds in Part B. CDCs have been in existence, as you know, for over 50 years, providing much needed services for children. And we are nonprofits, mind you, providing these much needed preschool services and therapies for children with and without disabilities. We receive $6,900 per child in Part C, and that is after the 22% cut that we received on the first round of cuts, and $8,750 per child in Part B. The cost, the Department of Health just recently completed a cost study. The cost per child in our program is $11,078. So the CDCs have to make up the difference to be able to operate our programs at the level that we do. So I feel that we are definitely maximizing the dollars that we are given and that we spend. This amount is for our per child. That doesn't include what we have to spend on our buildings and our busing. So Child Development Services, which is who we're speaking for today, consists of 10 of the regions. Last year, the CDCs graduated 208 infants off of their IFSP, saving the state $1.8 million, and 154 off of their IEP, saving the state $1.3 million per year. If those kids we didn't graduate off of their IEP prior to entering kindergarten in the K through 12 system, then that would have cost the education system $2.7 million per year, but we're saving that amount of money with early intervention. And I do want to note that most of our funding is state funding. So there is a little discrepancy in Lachelle and Becca's comments about our funding. Only 7% of our federal funding goes through the Department of Education. The rest, and that's only for Part B, the rest of it goes directly to the Department of Health. Both for our state and federal funding for Part C goes directly to the Department of Health. Our state funding for Part B goes directly to the Department of Health. Only 7% of federal funding goes through the Department of Education. So there's some discrepancies there. I really want to show you the importance of early intervention, which I think you all understand that it's key, and it saves millions of dollars in the K through 12 system. And as far as having regulations on our programs, we are heavily regulated by DFS, number one. Number two, we have a report card every year on our report card, have a report card by the state that we have to live up to every year. Many of our programs are NACE accredited, which is another set of regulations that we have to meet every year. And many of our programs, I think all of them, have a set curriculum that we follow. So I just want to make sure you know we are very regulated in our programs with the amount of money that we receive. So I want to give you the climate of the CDCs right now. Again, we just received 22% cuts to our infant program in the first round of cuts. We are dealing with a pandemic right now, COVID. I'm out 25 staff and having to shuffle around to be able to serve 435 children with special needs and 135 children without special needs. Our December 1st child count is hugely impacted by the pandemic because we're not able to go in and see children or screen children because of COVID. And now, on top of all of that, you want to recommend a systems change to us? Why now? What is pushing this now? There are no problems to be had. And as the governor said yesterday, Department of Health is getting another $135 million in cuts. And he did mention developmental preschools. So not only are we just trying to stay above water right now, a systems change would put us over the top. This does not need to happen right now. So amongst the budget crisis with the state and the pandemic, I know the Department of Health, Heather Babbitt and Corinne Schmidt asked the task force, this won't provide a cost savings by moving our programs. If anything, it's going to cost more. And we may be gaining better efficiencies and communication, but is that a big problem that we can't solve with how these programs are established right now, that we have to have a complete systems change in the middle of a pandemic and in the middle of a budget crisis? The draft legislation is not ready, nor does it protect the CDC programs for the future. And it shows you that in it, if you read it, it states that the statutes and contracts will remain in place till 2022. Well, then what? Does that mean that the districts can come in and apply for our contracts and take them away from us nonprofits that have served these communities for 50 years? Is that what we want to accomplish here? No, we do not want these child development centers to go anywhere. And it begs the question of, I know you heard education, IDEA, and I get that. But what about these newborn babies that are born addicted to drugs? What about these newborn babies that have torticollis, that Down syndrome babies that we're getting just as the preemies that they are? Do you think the education department knows how to serve these infants and have the background knowledge of that? No, we do. We are the foundation for these infants and these children, and we have been for 50 years. And I wouldn't want that to go away on my watch, and I certainly don't think you want it to go away on your watch. I'm going to let Jamie talk about the Early Childhood Governance Task Force, which she was a member of. Jamie.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am Jamie Stein. I am the Executive Director of Developmental Preschool and Daycare Center in Laramie. And we are also responsible for running Region 8. So Laramie is Region 11 and Region 8 is Carbon County, and we administer the programs in Carbon County as well. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address the committee today. As Alicia said, I am a member of the Early Childhood State Advisory Council, as well as the Early Childhood Governance Task Force. I have really enjoyed the opportunity to work with the great individuals on both of these committees, and the process has been very enlightening and very rewarding. It's really setting the stage for some really, really great things to happen for our children and our families throughout the state. And I'm grateful that we are focusing on early childhood issues and concerns at this point. In one of the earlier task force meetings that we had, there was a poll that was taken that showed a preference for Part C, early intervention, and Part B, 619, preschool special education programs to move to DFS, with a smaller portion agreeing that Department of Ed would be a better fit. Then in a successive meeting, the decision was flopped to go to the Department of Education. I do want to make sure that everybody is aware, and I know Becca had mentioned this earlier, that the recommendation from the task force is not finalized. We still have another meeting in December before that recommendation is completely done. There are many concerns with our programs moving to Department of Education, although I do acknowledge on the surface, it makes sense for Part B preschool services to be under education. We've all heard about IDEA, that is an educational component. I will state that the concerns are not with working with Department of Education staff. We already do that. We've built and will maintain working relationships with state staff. And I want to say that data and coordination between health and education staff has greatly improved over the last few years. Our concerns are based in other issues that have already really been brought up here today. Those issues that could develop because of some unintended consequences that could come out of the way this legislation is drafted. Up until today, we have been told by Department of Ed, by the governor's office, that we would be required to contract with school districts. And that really is where a lot of those concerns come from. Not because we have bad relationships with the school districts, but because in many cases, these regions would be required to have multiple contracts. One of our regions would have 10 different contracts with 10 different school districts. That's like telling all of our staff that they report to 10 different bosses that all have 10 different ideas and opinions on how that job should be done. That would be devastating to our programs, to our CDCs, and to our ability to do what we're contracted to do, which is serve the kids, to work with these kids like Alicia talked about with Braden. And ultimately, that's where those concerns come from, is there's no way that we can be expected to contract with 48 different districts under those circumstances. And one of the other concerns that I have with the legislation, if you look at, and I apologize, I lost which page it was on, but the last line under the Department of Ed and what gives the state authority for early childhood education programs, the superintendent shall contract with community boards, public agencies, and private agencies to purchase only those developmental preschool services funded by the legislature. That particular piece scares me because it does open the door for school districts to serve in that public agency capacity. So that is a big concern for our programs, for the CDCs, and for the well-being of these programs that have been around for over 50 years. Our programs operate 46 local community board operated facilities around the state. These are facilities that have been built by our communities for our communities. So that is also a big concern with being able to maintain our programs, maintain our CDCs. And I don't think anybody here today wants to see the CDCs go away. I don't think that that's what people believe will happen. But there is a possibility, if this legislation is not thought out thoroughly and planned in advance, to make sure that those unintended consequences don't come to fruition. Many of our child development center directors from around the state have sent letters to the task force asking for a change of recommendation to move our programs to the Department of Family Services instead, if a move must be made. We've met with Director Schmidt from DFS, and many directors believe that this department is a much better fit for our programs because of the strong family focus that our programs share with DFS. All CDCs are already licensed through DFS and follow DFS regulations, as Alicia stated. We provide early intervention and family service coordination to children under 3 and their families. And this legislation also includes moving home visiting programs to DFS or contracting. I think there was a comment that it might contract back to Department of Health through the public health nursing. And we already align very closely with all of those home visiting programs, and we perform home visiting ourselves in Part C. Many CDCs offer TANF, which flows through from DFS, and several CDCs offer full-time childcare options as well. Statute requires developmental screenings and services for children in foster care, and aligning our Part C and Part B programs with Department of Family Services just makes sense. Moving these programs would offer opportunity to streamline the work that we already do while maintaining that important family focus. This would allow the state to create one early childhood division, consolidating everything, all aspects of early childhood within one department, Department of Family Services. Bottom line, I'm very cautious about legislation that moves significant programs without special consideration to preventing harm to be done to a system that has been in existence for over 50 years. I have a hard time supporting legislation that does not consider all unintended consequences prior to being passed. If this legislation goes through as is and our programs are compromised, which I'm not saying it will, but it could spell disaster for the state in an effort to figure out how to fill a service gap.
Thanks, Jamie. I also think that there's some disparities and conflicts could rise by the per child amount that the districts receives for special education compared to the per child amount that CDCs receive. When districts receive 18 to 20,000 per child for special education, and the CDCs are now at 6,900 to 8,700 per child, how are we going to explain to parents that discrepancy in funding? Not only that, but our therapists and teachers don't make in salaries and benefits what school district teachers and staff make, which is another discrepancy. And how am I going to explain that to my staff? I already have a hard time keeping my staff as it is here at the CDC when the school districts are offering $12,000 sign-on bonuses. I can't do that. I can only give them kids that love them. And I just think even more questions of discrepancies and conflicts are going to arise with this move to the Department of Education. And let me just tell you that my superintendent stated they could not run a preschool off of the funding that we receive. They've been surprised at our per child amount. So in the end, this legislation is putting our programs at risk. We have worked so hard with minimal funding we receive to provide therapies and education to these children. Moving us to the Department of Education is going to cost the state so much more in funding and could potentially eliminate the CDCs. Again, we've been in existence for 50 plus years, and we are simply requesting that you let us continue to do the great work that we've done. In the midst of significant cuts that we've fared, in the midst of a pandemic, now is not the time to add a systems change on us. So we kindly ask to not move this draft legislation forward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chairman Coe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whoever wants to answer it, I'm involved in a foundation up here, and we helped build Children's Resource Center building here in Cody. And what happens to the properties if this bill passes? I mean, does the Department of Education just gobble them up? Or what happens with buildings and properties?
Lachelle, I believe you have an answer.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Coe, I would just like to clarify once again, I think there's some misunderstanding once again about what is in this bill. We are not asking, again, we are not asking school districts to take over these programs. Everything with the program and the funding will remain the same. They will be moved from the Department of Health to the Department of Education, and the funding will be going directly to the CDCs as it always has, as the Department of Education will be designated, just as the Department of Health is, as the IEU, as I suggested in my remarks, and the LEA. So I respectfully disagree that Becca and I have given misinformation about the funding. I clearly understand how the funding works. We're not asking for a change. We're asking to hopefully get out of the weeds to the higher level at the state level to ask to bring these programs closer together so that we can work more closely together in communities to provide better services and a continuity of services for children. School districts are not assuming child development centers in the state by this bill. Thank you.
So Lachelle, I'll go back and ask the question, what happens to the buildings? Are they going to remain in the building CDCs? Is nothing, it'll be transparent, there won't be any change.
They will remain in their buildings. if their community's desires. And I would point out as well as, you know, you're hearing from a constituent in Casper, and that community is very fortunate for the services that that child development center receives. However, that isn't consistent across the state, I would point out, and that does create some equity issues across our state. While that state has a lot of local support, not all communities have that. So what has been invested in communities, yes, will remain and will not change with this bill.
Thank you. Representative Freeman.
Just a quick question. In the past, the point is brought up that if we make this change, then there's no longer any ability to go to the community looking for donations. If this bill passes, is there any restrictions on where funding comes from?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, no, there's no change. All of that can continue, and I truly hope that it does. As you know, it will be more difficult in the future for the state to fund all of education programs, and therefore it will be important for communities to continue to support these programs that they, as you've heard, care dearly about.
Alicia, you wanted to answer or have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state that, you know, Natrona County has been very good to the Child Development Center, but that's because the Child Development Center has worked really hard and has a great program for people to fund in Natrona County. And you are right, I definitely use that funding to offset my operations. Should in any way after this move take place that the child development centers would report to the school districts, I'm afraid that would impact my private dollars because donors like to give to us private nonprofits. And if they see that we flow through the school districts, some of them feel that the school district has plenty of money and would not need to give to our program. So I can see how that would be a concern for donations in our communities.
Let's hear from Lachelle first, and then we'll go to Representative Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, again, we're not asking. I think we're talking about, you know, and maybe rightfully so. I think when change happens, people have fear. But again, we're talking about fear. We're not talking about what is written in the bill as a recommended change. You know, that's a potential fear that exists potentially, but that is not what we're asking for.
Representative Simpson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Becca, I'd like to ask you a question. These last two ladies that have testified have suggested they would prefer this program being merged into the family services. It sounds like that was a discussion. Could you respond to me how the task force selected the Department of Ed, and would it be catastrophic to adjust that to family services?
Go ahead, Becca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Simpson. The task force, I think, is very much in favor of leadership from the Department of Family Services as well in this way. And so I know Director Schmidt actually served on the task force, and that was a tremendous commitment for her time. And I think a real nod to how much she cares about this issue and to be at the table for the conversations that took place. And so the conversation around moving early intervention to the Department of Education came from a simple math problem that says the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And those Part B dollars for children who are served ages 3 to 5 are federally mandated to be received by the state education agency. And so I think from an efficiency standpoint and also an expertise standpoint, it seems like as long as those dollars were going there, then they should remain there rather than go elsewhere. And so that's my interpretation of what the task force perceived, is that if dollars were going to go to the Department of Education, then they should remain there to be spent in a way that still, as was said, honored the work of CDCs. And so leveraged the expertise and the work that could be carried out in that space for young children. The task force has now received letters from several of the child development centers that have expressed their desire to move instead to the Department of Family Services. I imagine that the task force will be open to hearing that feedback and to hearing the reasons that that might make sense. It is not a conversation that they've had as a group yet. So that conversation is forthcoming. I think the feedback that has been received from the CDCs is compelling and will very much have a place in the conversation that is to take place on December 5th. More generally, I think the task force is in favor of consolidation that brings these programs together and allows them to leverage the dollars and the capacities that exist within each of those. We know there are several programs across the state that are serving children with blended and braided funding streams, and we know that children and families access multiple programs in their communities. So our goal at this point is to enrich that experience of families and of children, and to make some of those differentiations or access across services as seamless as possible. And so if there is a move to the Department of Family Services, then I think we still achieve those opportunities for efficiency, for working together, and for ultimately coming together to serve children and families in a way that I think is really reflective of the state's values and approach to early childhood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. All right, Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Ms. Stein and Ms. Roan along those lines, which is if we were to consolidate all of our early childhood education under the Department of Family Services instead of under the Department of Education, could we then count on both of your CDCs for full support of that legislation so that we can accomplish the rest of our objectives, where that support doesn't just change to other problems a little bit later, because that's the current concern? In other words, is that a policy change you would favor? And I ask that because this is clearly not just about the CDCs. This is about Head Start. This is about TANF. This is about a lot of other policy objectives the state of Wyoming has had for many years. And we've had bill after bill on this. And these bills have gone by the wayside. We haven't been able to accomplish this objective. So if we're going to go down this path, is this a path that just leads to an alternative termination of the bill where something new comes up? Or is this a path that leads to CDC unanimous support and we can count on you to show up and vote for or support the legislation in committees?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. And I can speak on behalf of my CDC, and we have had this conversation with Child Development Services. And, you know, when we met, when we thought this task force recommendation was going towards Department of Family Services, we had a great conversation with Director Schmidt. And she talked to us about being in the Department of Health, understanding our programs, having a family member with a disability, being in support of early childhood. And after that conversation, I left there and I was like, finally, this is where our home should be, because she understands our program. She understands that it's not just education. It's very much therapy based. It's very much family service coordination, working with DFS. We are all DFS regulated, which schools aren't. And there's just so many discrepancies between our programs and the school districts that I feel like we're just causing conflict. And our programs are very much centered around the family. From the get-go, when these babies come to us, we absorb that family, just like the values of the Department of Family Services. And so I feel like that is a better fit for our programs and something that I can come on board with and something that I feel safe. You know, we don't know what's going to happen after this move takes place. And it says in the bill that our contracts and our statutes are only in place till 2022. But I feel, and I can speak for other CDC directors that I've spoken to, that DFS is just a better fit for us with less disparities and less conflict at this time. And that is something that I could definitely get behind.
Senator Landon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know it's getting late.
Mr. Chairman, My apologies for interrupting, but I'd like to hear from Ms. Stein as well on the same question I asked of both of them. Sorry to interrupt, good Senator Landon, but I'm curious to hear both of them, if I may.
I will be happy to back away, Mr. Chairman, and go back to Senator Rothfuss.
Ms. Stein, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rothfuss, to answer your question, yes, I would wholeheartedly support legislation that would move our programs to Department of Family Services. Echoing a lot of Alicia's comments, one of the things that came out of our conversation with Director Schmidt was there are a lot of pieces that DFS really does that affect how we operate and what we do with the kids and the families that we serve. Almost to the extent sometimes that guidance and leadership from Department of Ed does. They're equal partners with us, in my opinion. But in a lot of ways, what we do on a daily basis with more than just the kids with special ed are governed by DFS. We all serve kids that are typically developing kids that don't receive services for IEPs or IFSPs. And when we do that, those kids all fall, and every child, even a child on an IEP or IFSP, falls under regulations from DFS first and foremost. I do believe that the family focus of Department of Family Services is 100% aligned with our CDC core guidelines and core missions. So yes, I can support 100% legislation that would move our programs to Department of Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Stein. Thank you, Ms. Ronan. Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Landon.
Okay, Senator Landon, I believe the floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that's no problem, Senator Rothfuss, at all. This is important stuff, and really appreciate those comments that were just shared. I think that's important. I'm really trying hard, Mr. Chairman, to get arms around something that I have to be honest with you, I didn't really know it was coming, and it arrived just 3 or 4 days ago. So I'm still really struggling to catch up on this, and wondering about whether or not your desire is going to be to carry this forward as a committee bill. Understanding that December 5th, we've got another meeting of this task force, which may or may not change portions of whatever bill we might send forward. So my question to Jamie or to Alicia is the date that has been referenced a couple of times in the bill. Is that problematic for the contracts you have with teachers that we already understand are hard to hang on to, difficult to attract and keep staff? Is that going to put in jeopardy any of your human resource issues? I guess for Alicia first.
Alicia, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Landon. For me, I think any draft legislation that causes changes in our programs automatically causes anxiety in staff, and they want to jump ship because of the uncertainty. And it's a matter of just reeling them in and getting them to hang on to what's coming and trust in us that, you know, we're always going to do what's right for our programs and protect our programs. I do think that moving to the Department of Education would cause staff even more concerns, and that date in the legislation where it says that statutes and contracts are in place till 2022 would raise much concern on staff as to then what's going to happen after that date if our statutes and our contracts are in place. And I could see how that would cause them to run the other direction. And you're right, we try and do everything we can to hang on to staff, otherwise we can't serve children.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And Jamie, I assume maybe you have some of the same concerns?
My concerns would Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, my concerns would echo Alicia 100%. I know staff are always apprehensive at change, whether it be a small change or whether it be a large systems change. You're going to have some that just can't deal with the anxiety of staying through that change. And so they will opt to make their own choices so that they can control that. So yes, you know, having that date in legislation will be a concern, and that's my job to work with the staff and help them to understand what that's going to look like as we move forward and move toward a potential systems change.
And I would say on top of that, getting cuts, right? Like I received about 20 texts last night about the governor's talk of us getting the second round of cuts and mentioned developmental preschools. And so with all of this and COVID, I think my staff are fit to be tied at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, ladies. Anybody else have any questions for him? Mr. Davey Huff, you didn't have a chance to talk. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, and in respect of your time. I'm Davey Huff. I'm the Special Ed Director for Region 4, serving Teton and Sublette counties. And I'm also the president of CDS of Wyoming, and I'm just here to voice my total support of the presentations you had from Alicia and Jamie. And I think they spoke well and represent my views as well. But thank you for recognizing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. All right. I guess that's all that they have. Karen, is there anybody else in the waiting room?
No, sir, we don't have any additional public comment.
All right. Thank you. That'll conclude public comment. I guess I'll ask, what's the pleasure of the committee? We haven't seen the bill. Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, before we get to a motion, I guess maybe just to lean back on the chairman as to process and maybe any thoughts you have. Was it your desire all along that this bill arrive on this last day of ours? I'm trying to get a feel for, and I apologize, maybe I just had so many other things going on. I just was not honed in on this Herculean effort that kind of arrived to us today. If we want to take this up as a committee bill, I think we've got work to do to work this bill. And like I said, it may get changes in a couple of weeks. So any thoughts you can give to the committee would be helpful to me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Chairman Coe.
Honestly, this is your guys' deal, not David's and mine. We don't have to worry about it. So that's kind of passing the buck, but.
Yeah, it is. That's not fair, Mr. Chairman.
No, it has arrived rather late, but I think because it's our last day, I think we either move it up or move it down. So I honestly think that's what we need to do.
Representative Connolly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as much as I appreciate always Senator Coe's efficiency, I'd like to keep you two around for a little bit longer and honestly be able to consider this as a committee bill. I mean, let's face it, we're going into a session unlike any other, and committee bills will have, I think, a different position, and you know that. We all know that. And so, but it does seem to me too that there will be a meeting on December 5th of the task force. It seems to me that it might be possible that the task force could decide that DFS is the better home. That's a little bit of a big lift to kind of go through the bill right now and decide whether every reference to DOE should really be DFS, because there is an element that needs to stay in the Department of Ed. But I don't want to let this drop. And so I think we have at least two options. We've really heard and I think vetted the bill, honestly, for 3 hours at this point, and that it's possible that either an email vote or the request to Management Council for a 3-hour meeting before the session makes sense to me.
Well, I agree with the 3-hour meeting time before the session. after we hear from the December 5th meeting. I like the bill. I don't want to see it fall on its face. I think that if we vote on it, it may fall on its face and give it a black eye. And so I'd rather have it worked over again and made more palatable to all parties. Chairman Coe, what is your feelings?
Well, I don't really know. These things that show up at the 11th hour or last meeting, and then we got the task force out there. Boy, I'm having a tough time deciding whether this thing's ready for prime time. This is not something I honestly am sure that we should move forward as a committee bill, but I know there's a lot of sentiment involved in it. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. It's my sister, she always calls at the wrong time. So I think we ought to vote it up or vote it down right now. And then, an interim, and I know there's been a lot of studies that have been done to this. A lot of studies. We took it up last year. I just don't like the fact that it showed up so late.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined to try and work through it a little bit longer and do a 3-hour meeting where we hopefully either have consensus, or if we don't have consensus, I would say we table it at that point. But I think part of the reason why it's coming late is a very good reason, which is that we had a task force that worked on it, and they worked hard on it for quite a long time, put a lot of hours in, and they just weren't frankly done. And we needed a bill by this particular date. They have one more meeting ahead of them on December 5th. From testimony today, it seems like our best path to consensus in my mind would probably be headquartering a unified effort within the Department of Family Services. But for all I know, there might be resistance on that out there somewhere. I would really like to hear back from that meeting. And if they announce, yeah, we've got consensus, everyone's on board, let's roll, then we schedule that 3-day meeting, or excuse me, 3 hour, not a 3-day meeting, please, 3-hour meeting. And that would be fine. And if they don't, if that's not the report, we just don't have that meeting. From the standpoint, though, of this coming to us quickly, the reality is I feel like I've been working this topic continuously for the last 4 years or something like that. So this didn't sneak up on me. This has always been out there, and we've always been talking about it. I feel like it's a continuation of our past work. And if we are near a good compromise solution that achieves the policy objectives that we've been struggling with for a number of years, then I think we owe it to the community to try and get that done this year. And again, I think it's kind of up to them. So I'd lean towards the 3-hour meeting later after December 5th to see if we've got a product. That would be my inclination.
Representative Simpson first, and then we'll go to Senator Landon.
This is really a tough one because there's been so much work gone into it, but I'm sensitive to these CDCs. Did you hear the plead in their voices? This is not a good year to make the adjustment. They have panic in their situations. I think we let the task force finalize let's not let this drop, but I think postponing it for a year and literally bringing it back. And I think we've got a compromise that'll work for everybody, but we're not ready now. And I think we ought to give this another year. When these departments all settle out with their budgets, there may be a lot of other feelings that's going on about how to manage this situation. I think time might be a wise thing.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The good representative just stated a couple of things that were on my mind. I keep going back to that part of the testimony tonight, and I think that really was heartfelt. This is a very, very difficult time in all of our communities, and specifically as it relates to some of these families and what they're dealing with, and in addition to that, what the staffs of these facilities are feeling, all the cuts that we're having to consider. If it's the will of the committee to consider a 3-hour meeting in December, I'm sure willing to lean into it and do what I can. But I would say this, Mr. Chairman, I think whatever bill, if we really want to take a bill forward, Senator Coe's cautions are spot on. It better be ready for prime time, because we've got a session coming up that we're going to be a little distracted, and it's got to be a bill that we can really champion, because you know what the tenor is going to be. And so that's my cautions, and I'm willing to work it again if you so desire. Thank you.
Okay, I just got a text saying that we have another day on our calendar if we need it to go to management council. So there's no need to go to management council. So we actually have a full day if we would like. So it's my decision that we have another meeting after the meeting with December 5th that the group meets with, and we hear back from them, and hopefully they have a better bill or have a better idea of what's the public's perception is and how they feel about it. Senator Coe, do you have anything you'd like to ask or add?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would request that this bill be laid back until we have another shot at coming back together and working it again.
I agree.
Seeing no objection, if there's objection, but seeing no objection, I'd like to lay this bill back.
Yep. Everybody agree? No agreements? No disagreements? We're all good. So we'll lay this bill. Yes, Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, I don't want to leave this evening without a salute to all of those who have stayed late tonight to testify on this. And kudos to the task force. It's not that I don't appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and didn't want to leave the impression that I didn't appreciate it. So I just think it needs a little more work to assure us that we're on the right track. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we need a motion to lay that back so that it's in the record? Nope. Okay, thank you. All right, that does conclude everything. So it sounds like we're going to be back together one more time. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, may I have privilege of the floor?
You always have privilege of the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realize that we're going to have another meeting, I think, maybe. You never know. God willing and the creek doesn't rise, but I just wanted to say thank you to both of you chairmen. Specific to my chairman, Chairman Coe, you have been a mentor and a friend, and I will always cherish these 10 years that we have spent together on this committee. All the work that we've done. And Janine Bayteski mentioned a couple of them, you know, all of the accountability hours that we spent putting some expectations in place for our education system. We were the second committee to really make a run at protecting our athletes, and we did such great work on so many other issues as we went along. But anyway, real special 10 years. And Chairman Northrup, you and I passed several bills together. And we're sure going to miss you guys. Just wanted to thank you for all you've done.
Thank you,
Well,
Senator.
thank you, Senator Landon and Representative Peperine, and only took me about 3 years to figure out how to say his name. But what a great contribution he's made. And Representative Freeman, I'll never forget your relentless work on alternative schools. And you know, we all need to thank John Freeman for that. But you know, times change, and it's time to move on. And all my years with Senator Rothfuss, and Senator Ellis, and of course Representative Kathy Connolly, I'm most grateful for. I guess the thing I'm most grateful for is the friendship and the love. So thank you.
Here, I second that. You guys have been great to work with. Representative Freeman.
I'd like to third that if it's possible. I will miss all of you, and I'll miss this committee since I've been on it for 10 years. And I would like to thank the chairmans to where that I didn't have to make a decision of whether or not that pre-K is something to be voted on or to go forward. I think that we've kicked the can down the road a long time. I appreciate that we allow the task force to complete their work and then see if we can go forward. But it's been a pleasure. The friendships that I developed are strong, and I still remember Chairman Coe looking at me when I was a trustee and just kind of shake his head and say, "Oh God, where did this guy come from?" So anyway, thank you all. Thanks, Gary. David.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks, John. You've all been great, and I've really appreciated it. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo everything, Representative Piperine, Representative Freeman, and Chairman Northrup. You've provided a lot of leadership. But I got to tell you, when I was in high school, I had to write a paper on Wyoming's education finance model. And former Representative Claring Law gave me a whole bunch of information. And I remember reading about things like the classroom unit. And when I think about that history, I think about how long Chairman Coe has served the state of Wyoming. And it's beyond just what we're all doing, a term or two, or maybe 4. Chairman Coe has really dedicated a significant portion of his life to serving the state of Wyoming. And I know that I'll miss your institutional knowledge. I think I've learned a lot about patience and just the intangible things in the Senate that you brought. And I just want you to know, I'm going to really miss you, Hank. I'm glad I got to know you over these years. And I just want to thank you for a lifetime of service to Wyoming. It's really remarkable.
Well, and then you and your family came and stayed with me for 4 or 5 days. A little longer than you expected, but been really great to get to know you, Effie. Thank you so much for your comments.
And Mr. Chairman, if I just may say, I'm going to save my mush for the next meeting because now we have 2 opportunities.
I agree.
Because
And Mr. Chairman, I will as well.
There is so much to say about all 4 of you.
Yep. All right. Well, let's plan a meeting. We'll get it out on email when that will be. We'll have to wait and see what the bill draft looks like and get it out to you as soon as we see it. So we'll have a meeting in March or in December and not in March. All right.
And Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to check with Matt and see if there's anything he's got with us for us.
Mr. Chairman, I don't. We'll review calendars for committees and try to resolve any conflicts. I know the week of December 7th, there's a tentative JAC meeting that entire week. But I just saw that Management Council is going to meet here soon on November 24th and look at some scheduling. So we will, I think, wait till after that meeting to try to identify a date that works for the current committee. And so we'll be in touch.
Sounds great. All right. With that, we will be adjourned. We'll talk to you later on. Thank you.